Hey, yo, you are muted, by the way. Anyway, welcome to the Lions Den. Brother. You know, salute to the new president, 47th. Also, our prior 45th president of these United States, Donald J. Trump. I don't care if you like it or not. He's the man, and we got to respect that.
Donald J. Trump is taking no names, no prisoners. He's going straight to work on the first day.
Bruh. Let's say 100 plus executive orders have been signed and are already being executed throughout the country. You got foreign leaders bowing down to this brother already. I mean, this man. He ain't even a brother. I'm sorry, but they bowing down to him.
They bowing down. Well, I found out that now a couple days ago, a week ago, there was about 20 different genders. I found out on a Monday that there are only 2 genders. So, wow, we just signed some orders that there's only 2 of us. So he's in it to win it. I know that some foreign people who are here are scared.
Oh, yeah.
Showing the border crisis, and some people were crying at the border. And I guess he said, yeah, I know you're waiting to get in, and we said we were going to let you in, but we have changed our mind. We are not letting you in. I don't care if you've been waiting for how long. That was, you should have got in before Monday. And Martin Luther King Day has passed. He said, free at last, free at last. You are not free at last anymore. If you didn't make it here by Monday, you're not getting in. And if you did make it in before Monday, we have ICE looking for you, my brother. ICE is out there looking for you. So it's kind of crazy. And I'm going to play this clip real quick about what ICE is doing. And they're missing Biden already, it seems. They're a little sad that Biden.
Who's missing old man Biden? Who's missing him?
Well, let's see.
Are you missing him? Are you missing him?
Our brothers from the islands are missing him. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what a few of them had to say.
Interpol red notice now.
Threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 7 victims in 1 year.
You feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro.
Biden forever, bro. What does that mean? He said, let's see what he said. He said, what? He said something. He ain't going back to Haiti. He said, I ain't going back.
In criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro.
This is
my goodness. I can't believe it. That brother said, I'm not going back. I love Biden. I love Obama. Forget Trump. We're not doing it. But I will say this. This does look like a great America again. On this scene that I was watching here, that I was playing, that there are people who, some were convicted of assault. They were convicted of SAs and things like that. One had just, which I can't understand, they just SA'd somebody, got out of jail because ICE wouldn't hide them, or the New York wouldn't hold them. They had to go ahead and get them. This is ridiculous. So I'm glad we got a good president that is taking action on the border to get that. And here's what they said: there's collateral damage. So the gentleman that was arrested ICE was looking for him. So ICE wouldn't look for him, and he just happened to be in the company of somebody that ICE was not looking for, but it was illegal too. So ICE said, "Well, while we here, we might as well go ahead and take you with us." So that is cut down.
Yeah, it's insane right now. Welcome, Black Man's Travels, to the panel. We got a lot to talk about, brother. Got a lot going on. What's your take right now on the first 5 days of President Trump coming into office with 100+ executive orders being signed, and then also what's happening with those orders?
Nothing. If anything, I'm quite surprised that he's actually airing out all of the issues that's been happening. I really enjoyed watching the executive order signing while you guys were watching the Ohio State. I was watching Trump signing all these executive orders. So
we watched it too.
Okay.
We multitasked.
In regards to, like, it was just kind of cool to see the back end process and how, what goes on. So that was kind of interesting that he was able to actually do a live stream, him doing doing those things, and it just kind of gave me a good insight as far as what goes on behind closed doors.
Well, we got those videos queued up, so we're gonna play those here in a minute. So so right now you're all for it. Everything he signed so far, as far as your knowledge, and we're gonna go over some of those points. I got a huge list. I got about 34 of them that we can go through, and we'll jump around and talk about a few of them, and then we'll open up the panel and see what everybody's saying right now. In my chat, I have a poll running, and the poll says, are you excited about the EOs signed by President Trump in the first 5 days? And right now, the poll is saying 33% are saying yes, and 67% are saying hell no. They don't like some of the things that are being signed.
Why is that?
I want to know what they don't like.
But we got our first super chat. Got to recognize the first super chat, $5 super chat from Brandon Hayes. Any thoughts on Nelly and Snoop Dogg both getting backlash for performing at Trump's inauguration?
Yes, I think they're hypocrites. And I say that because Snoop Dogg made a song about trying to off the president when he was president. He was riding the coattails when Trump was not popular. And now that Trump is popular, he's back on the gay train. So he was number one enemy at the time and didn't like him. And now that the winds have shifted, now he's shifted. So that's crazy. I forgot what he said. He said something like, you're going to sell out and you a bitch and all that he was saying to us when the people referred Trump. And now that he want to switch, now everybody's got to be a hypocrite. Don't be mad that other people seen something beforehand and that you couldn't. And you want to criticize people when it was convenient for you, and now when it's not, you want to go a different route.
Right. I mean, he was calling everybody suckers and sellouts, and he even came out with the song "F Donald Trump" and all these things that he came out with when Donald Trump first got into office, and now he done switched up his whole tune. Matter of fact, a lot of folks have switched up their own tune. I think even Mark Zuckerberg switched up his tune, because at first he didn't like Donald Trump. Remember, he banned him from Facebook, banned him from IG. Now he's on the team.
I think they had gotten scared, and I just seen an interview with the mayor of New York. He did with Tucker Carlson. He said basically they were telling him, be a good Democrat, play the game. And he was like, I can't do nothing with all these immigrants coming.
Right.
Said, you got to play the game. And as soon as he stopped playing the game, you see that he got indicted.
Let's get into a couple of these signings, and I got some videos up, so we're going to go through some of these videos, and then we're going to go through some counterproductive videos of people saying what they don't or do like. But we're going to start off with this one right here.
An executive order ordering the declassification of files relating to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's a big one, huh?
A lot of people are waiting for this for years, for decades. And everything will be revealed. Okay? Give that to RFK Jr.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
That's one somebody just brought up in the chat about the declassification of the JFK, MLK assassinations and all the documentation and proof they got. What do you guys feel about finally getting to know what really went down that the government knew that they've been holding all this time? And why the hell didn't Obama do this?
They don't want the secrets, man. You know, some things you reveal, and it shows a lot about what your government is capable of. And people don't really want to know what their government is capable of doing. It's great that we can say, oh, they wouldn't do that to us. They would only do that to other people. And then you find out your government is capable of doing some of the craziest things that you think they only do to other countries to its own citizens. So they wanted all of those people who were responsible, who could have told, to die out. So then you can never ask them questions anymore. They're dead. You can't ask them why, who, what, why, nothing. And I don't know why Obama didn't do it. I think he was a little bit afraid.
What you
He
think?
figured they can do it to, if they can do it to MLK, shoot, they can definitely do it to Obama.
What you think about that?
I think everything that happened in the dark needs to come to the light. I've always been curious. I think as an American citizen, you should know. All these unclassified documents not being shared to the public is unjust. So we as Americans have every right to know what goes on in this country. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the worst. We need to know, and I'm glad they're releasing this. Rest in peace to all the fallen men that have been assassinated, and give their families some justice, man.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think some of the people in the chat were asking about it, so I wanted to play that one first. We're going to go round robin. We're going to play one more of the president, and then we're going to play some videos of some content creators and some of their opinions over the last week of what's been going on. But we'll play this one right here next.
Sir? Yes, sir. First, we have a list of
Can you pause it real quick?
pardons and commutations.
Yep.
Guys, you need to understand, we rarely get the chance to see something like this happen live. And that's why I really admired this segment. It was that it kind of gave me a really inside look what goes on in the White House, especially around executive order. And the fact that they were able to show, the American people what goes on and what's being signed and what's not being signed, and giving you some background behind each executive order. This really impressed me. So I really enjoyed this whole entire segment here.
Okay. Now I will say this though, I am kind of against executive orders because that gives a lot of power to the president, and I wish that the country would run where we could make decisions on this, and it would be done through Congress, and these things don't have to happen. Because what happens is every 4 years or every 8 years, somebody just switches something an entirely different way. And it's great if you like the executive orders, but some things he signed that may not, fit into it. And there's no vote for that. It's just what I feel. One of the things that he's signing is, which I have no problem with, I agree with, which is the no anchor babies anymore. But that's a constitution. That's something in the Constitution. So if you don't like that law or what's in the Constitution, then you need to take care of that congressionally. That needs to go to the Supreme Court. That needs to be ratified by the states. So it's great to sign and looks good, but remember, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And It's great if you agree with it, but if it's something you don't agree with, what if he said, I'm signing an executive order for slaves? We're going to ratify the 13th Amendment. We want slaves. That's,
Well, yeah.
How would we go against that?
There's certain things he can sign, but initially trying to get them initiated there can be pushback by the other branches. Obviously, he's the executive branch, and he has a lot of veto power and some leeway when it comes to executive orders. But ultimately, there's certain executive orders, if he tries to execute them, there are checks and balances that will shut those things down. But just to bring up a point, and I was going to say it earlier, but Drew brought it up. They did show this done under Obama and Biden, and pretty much every president does have a segment where right after he gets inaugurated, they will go in and do a presidential signing of some initial executive orders. But Donald Trump had over 100 of them pre-prepared, and we're going to talk about why he had these pre-prepared over 100. And it was already known. It was already known over a week before how many orders he was going to be signing all at once.
But the thing is,
correlation between Project 2025 and these executive orders. Go ahead.
But I think what made this more impressive that he did everything on day one.
No, that's Biden did too. So I think the reason that Trump did this on day one is because Biden did the same thing to overdo everything Trump did on his first day in office. So it was like, oh, you signed 50 of them? Well, I could sign 101 of them. So
okay. Well, thank you for the clarification, guys. I didn't know. My Haitian ass didn't know.
It's okay.
This is the first election that I actually
I'm glad you're actually paying attention.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is
the
first and only election since I've been here for 47 years that I pay attention to any election. So I was impressed. So it is what it is.
Yeah, believe me, they come with vendettas. They come with all the presidents have come in with a little fire on that first day just to show that they're meaning business. And it kind of puts everybody at attention like, yo, he's coming in to try to stake mountains. You know what I mean? And that's always a great thing for a president to do. And I don't care. Like the elective process is the elective process. Once the man gets elected, I don't care who it is. As far as my traditional values and what I believe in America, when you win, you win. You take your L's and you take your wins all at the same time, the same way. You know what I'm saying? So now he's in office. He's the president of the United States. Whatever he says goes, as long as it's within the legal realms of what his reach could be, then I don't have any problems with this man right now. You know, and he's standing on business. He's signing a lot of orders, and the orders, some are needed. And I think there's a lot of fear going on. We're going to talk about this Project 2025. We ain't forgot. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to play a couple videos or some content providers or some content.
But before you do that, I just want to address something that like American Live is saying. Like, imagine getting caught up. He said he's glad he's gone for real, for real. My thing is, brother, the things that you cannot do while you over in Thailand, like you saying, like it's great, but there's things you cannot do in Thailand that you think that you're just like, oh, I can do some things here. You could not do it over there.
There's a lot of things he can't do. A lot. Trust me. Go ahead and say anything negative about the royal family,
or step on their money. Step on
correct.
Their money.
So some places. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just saying some places don't drop gum. And get caught. So again, as much as people would like to talk shit about America, trust me, we got it good compared to most people in regards to government. Because there's certain places where you cannot say anything because you will disappear at 2 a.m. They'll be knocking on your door and you're gone.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. We talk about it, but you can talk about it from afar, knowing that you hold that American passport.
That same country that you want to talk crap about they can send your ass back to the States.
Yep.
Well, now you already know they ready to deport you in a hot second. They grabbing everybody. Matter of fact, my brother just told me you remember Jerry came on the panel. He said a American military guy got snatched up by mistake. He was in a crowd of people, got caught up, and next thing you know, he got snatched up too just recently. But I'm gonna finish playing this video that we got up, and then I got some other ones coming up. So let's finish this one real quick.
Relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon.
The guys.
We have about 6 commutations in there.
Hold on.
where we're doing further research. Nice.
I'm going to go ahead and pause that because that's a big thing right there.
There's
I don't
a
know if
key
you guys
word.
caught that.
Yeah, well, actually, I caught a certain keyword out of this whole entire conversation, and it was the word hostage.
Yes.
That word by itself is very heavy, and for them to for President Trump to refer these men as hostage speaks volume.
Yes.
These are the same men that actually went to the White House and literally took over, but he's calling them hostages.
Yeah, because they fought on his behalf, and that's the only reason he's using that term. Anybody else would say that's an insurrection. That's going against the peaceful transfer of power, no matter how you look at it. You raided a government building, and protest or not.
Isn't there a current situation that happened in Congo where an African guy, he came back to the States, got his son, his American born son, took him back to Congo to do a coup, and they actually failed, and they assassinated all the soldiers?
I'm not aware of that.
That just happened recently.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Same thing. What happened? They attacked the Congo White House, tried to kill the president.
Right.
They failed at it. They got caught, and they literally killed all of them, including the American citizens.
Man.
Yeah. But 1,500 full pardons. Now, remember, there was an officer that suffered a massive heart attack, could no longer work, had to be forcibly retired. There was other officers that died, and they're getting full pardons, and we're called basically hostages. How do you excuse that?
I think that it was politicized, and I think some of the people who were arrested, nothing ever happened. They just kind of sat there and they didn't know what to do with them. I don't think you excuse the act by no means. You don't politicize that or don't excuse the act. I don't think I agree with this one's a tough one. This was straight political.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, he has his rights to call it however he wants. Like I said, as long as he doesn't overstep his bounds. But when other Americans are being affected by his decisions when it comes to the law, I think he should leave it in the judicial's hands and not touch that too closely, especially if he's saying, I'm not initially involved with that. I didn't tell those guys to do what they did. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Well, what about this? I know that I usually go on cruises. We're here in Texas, so we go down to cruises, and that usually leaves out of Galveston.
Yeah,
which now would be the port of the Americas. No matter the Gulf of Mexico, we
how
are
do
no
you
longer.
do that? Yeah, I don't know how you get away with you change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America and not have some kind of international incident, or how do you actually change something on a map to call it the Gulf of America? That would be like China right now fighting with the Philippines, which they are, over the open sea that's over there with the shipping lanes, and they're changing it back from the Philippine Sea to the China Sea because that's what it was originally named to. So what if China turns around and says, well, if you can do the Gulf of Mexico, we can do the China Sea. We can turn the Philippine Sea back to the China Sea.
Well, one thing I heard him say that I kind of agreed with. He was saying how much, I didn't know it was this many people, maybe like it was in the thousands, like 38,000 men lost their lives building the Panama Canal. Americans, and we spent millions and billions of dollars to open up the Panama Canal. So people who don't know in history, just so I can give you a little help out, the Panama Canal, if you are a boat and you want to travel from the Atlantic to the Pacific, you would have had to go all the way down past South America and come back around.
And by the way, that area towards the tip of South America is so dangerous.
Dangerous.
Oceans are so violent that there was so many ships lost that's when they came up with the idea.
Correct. And so we said we are going to spend the expense. The American people spent the expense to say that we are going to build the Panama Canal so that ships don't have to go through there and they can sail through, making it great for trade. So we spent our money, our resources, and did all of that. And then we gave it back. We basically said, here you go. We did all the hard work and now we're giving it to you.
Right.
And now it's to the fact that China is coming in and China's using it and doing that. And Trump said, no way, that's not going to happen. We spent all this money. If that's what we're going to do, we'll take it back. I ain't never seen no much harder words in my life. And I get tired of America spending their money, their time, their resources only for somebody else to take to get the reward for it. So that one I can agree on.
I agree with it wholeheartedly. I mean, we lost military guys down there. I think as early as the 80s. In the 80s, right around Beirut time, I think we had a little conflict down in Panama that we had to go and fix. You know, so it was right before I went in the military, around the early 80s, maybe even late 70s. Something was going on in Panama that we had to go down and fix, and we lost American lives down there. So absolutely, we can go down and defend it. We can go down and do a whole bunch of other things, but then they feel like they can just give it away to somebody else. Hell no, that wasn't the purpose.
Mm-hmm. So I agree with that. Go ahead if you want to go over some.
Yeah, let me finish this. Let me finish this one video, and then we can get to some other ones.
To see you again. So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
All right, that's good enough.
Hey, can I say he has a nice handwriting? I was like, damn, he writes real nice.
No, he has great penmanship. So do I. But I mean, yeah, that man has really good penmanship.
Hold on. We ain't talking about you though. We don't care. It's like,
you know. Yeah, he has good penmanship.
Yeah, I was like, damn, with a marker too? With a marker? I'm like, damn, it's nice.
So let's get to the controversial one. The gender. So he said there are only two genders. How do you guys feel about that?
I'm okay with that. I think that's how God created the world. I mean, it was man and woman. I didn't know there was over like 40 or 20, like 40 different type of genders or sexes. I mean, I don't know. Like I was hearing all type of stuff. I'm like, what?
Yeah, the variations have become erratic. I believe in two genders, absolutely. And I understand people have the right to feel the way they feel and make their life choices. And as long as they don't impose those choices on the American public or anybody else to where they have to be forcibly retaught something, then go ahead and do your thing.
My thing, this whole classification that, if you were to identify yourself as him, her, or he, like, I mean, dude, I'm not doing that.
Why would I need to reclassify myself?
It's just, I never understood that. Like, even like on your LinkedIn profile, you have the.
I never even did that inclusive thing. Yeah, I never did
that myself. But it's just kind of backwards that we've gone to the point where I had to literally re-identify myself as this.
Right.
No matter how I feel, if someone feels like, hey, I'm a woman, then we have to classify that person as a woman. And that's far from the case.
Yeah, it was Noriega. Thanks for that heads up. Sometimes I blink out on details, but thank you very much. Yeah, it was Jimmy Carter, and it was the Panama Canal conflict that was going on with Noriega. But yeah, a lot of Marines went down there around that time frame.
I was a kid when that happened.
Yeah. So this order says it would block the requirement at government facilities for transgender to be referred to using their pronouns that align with their gender. So I guess, before, if you didn't say him, she, they, somebody could get you. Like, they didn't refer to me as him, she, Jay. So he said, there's no more of that anymore. We're not doing that. So
wait, hold on, Felix. So in that case, if a transgender now classify herself or himself as the opposite sex, do we still need to identify them by their current identified sex, or is it still by their birthright?
Now remember, this is federal, so your job may have something where they say, "Well, we respect all the genders," but in a federal, no, that has gone out the window. Now, another thing, what about this, guys? Everybody on this panel, except for me and Ronin, are black. You didn't get it, Ronin. Everybody,
you're funny.
They say we're not.
You're funny.
So what about the DEI? He got rid of that DEI. He said, ain't no DEI no more.
First of all, I ain't black. I'm Haitian, dog.
So hey, you saw that brother in the back of that.
Yeah, I saw that. That was my cousin, dog. That was
my
cousin, man. I told him to stop acting up. It was, I was like, bro, I told your ass to behave, man. Always acting up. Actually, you know what? I know a few guys that got deported back, man.
Already?
Yeah, no. Just overall bad shit. They got deported back to Bahamas. They got friends that got deported back to Jamaica and Haiti. They were just robbing and stealing all type of shit in Miami.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that whole thing is not new to me.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that? He fired the lady who was the head of DEI. He said there's no more DEI. So people who don't know what DEI is, it is diversity. What is it?
Diversity,
something in inclusion,
equity, and inclusion.
That's right. So no more taking those classes. So how you feel when someone says, well, they're not.
You don't get ahead of the line privileges no more when it comes to getting hired. It's now merit-based system. Now, me and my boy was talking about this earlier. We grew up. Y'all were just, some of y'all were just in the 80s and 90s and stuff. Y'all were just coming into it if y'all were even born. This is what we're used to. So we're going to go back to this old phrase here in a second, but I'm going to tell you, when I got into corporate America, it wasn't you guys got in. It was a good old boy network. You had to circumvent that and be better than everybody else in that company to get that damn job as a black man, of anybody of color. So we're already used to earning your position, being the best for the job. I'm used to that. I'm Gen X. You guys are the ones that had the cushy way of getting in because there was inclusiveness. There was, they had a quota. They had to have so many. And then it used to be the thing where they would hire a black woman over a black man because it covered two quotas, a woman and a black woman, or a black person at the same time. So black women were actually taking jobs from black men just because of the inclusiveness part of what they started changing into law around the 90s and making it really, really hard for brothers to get jobs sometimes because they rather took a black woman in certain positions. But go ahead, Black Man Travels.
No, proud Generation X member here, 1978 generation.
You
X.
just squeezed in, brother.
But hey, I'm still a member of the club, man. I'm still a member. You know what? I mean, personally, I never saw the value of that, of the whole DEI situation. I mean, I just feel that it was never used properly. And I think even as a black man, I felt like, I didn't benefit from it. And I don't think a lot of black men benefit from it. And I'm like you. I'm part of the old school, man. I had everything I had to do. I had to earn it. And I understand that for every job that I go into or any project that I pick up, I gotta be the best one in there. Because trust me, I'll probably be the first one to get fired.
And you always had to watch your back because you already knew they were out to get your ass.
Yeah. So
it wasn't like, I'm safe. Nah, nigga, you were never safe. Sorry. Nah, you were never safe.
And also too, I'm never surprised if I'm the least paid.
What you mean alternative voice? We ain't all agreeing up in here, old Cressy, and we will open up the panel in a little bit. So hold your horses. You'll have your time if you feel like we're not saying everything right according to Job, the book of Job.
Now, I'm going against you guys. So here's where I'm going to go against you guys, where it goes out. If you remember back to a place called Ferguson, Missouri. Y'all remember Ferguson, Missouri?
Hello, sir. Yes, I lived in Missouri.
Ferguson, Missouri is made up of about 75% black people. They had no black people in the fire department, no black people in the police department. And so now you had a mentality of all whites regulating a majority blacks. And we see
Do
how
you
that
know
turned out.
Missouri was a slave state? Do you understand that first?
I don't care about it being a slave state
Okay,
back then.
so
I'm talking about right now. I mean,
it
but
never
no, hold on. You don't. I'm talking, brother. Let me get my thought
I'm
out.
just letting you know it never changed. Just because you are not in a slave state and it's a modern time, there's a lot of times, and a lot of brothers down south will tell you, it don't matter whether you were in a slave state in 2000, 2020. You still being treated like a slave down there by some people. That's what the good old boy network is all about. But go ahead.
All right. Well, my thing is, if you have a group of all white people policing all black people who don't even understand the culture, don't understand the people, don't understand the place, there are things that happen with that. So in that sense, when you had diversity to say, you know what, we're going to hire a certain percentage of minorities, blacks, women's, that we're going to hire them. I thought that was great, because now you have people, hopefully, of your own color that can identify your own needs and treat you in a different way or see you differently than just some black person. Because most of the people that were hired in Ferguson that were white weren't even living in Ferguson. So they would come from the suburbs out to the city, and then they would just police them like that. So they didn't care about anybody in there. It was, these ninjas live here and I don't live there. So I know that we say maybe diversity isn't right, but what would happen is they just wouldn't hire you. So I think that sometimes in that sense, you have to go down and say, let's get people, because that would never happen. Imagine a city that is 75% white and they hire all black police officers. That would never happen. So why do we allow it to happen the opposite way?
It has been happening and still has been happening way before DEI came into place and was ignored by a whole bunch of states, even though it was in place. That's the thing I'm trying to make you understand. Those slave states did not just bow down to just because there's a government or federal order to DEI. Those police officers and those police states, which we still call them police states, that's why they still call them sundown cities. There's certain places you don't want to be in Missouri, Kansas, and some other places down south. They are still considered sundown cities for a reason. It's where most of the racist white folks live. And you don't want to be in those towns. You don't freely have the permission to move around to a lot of cities, even though it's 2024. That didn't make no bigger difference just because they took it away. Those towns are still going to be those way. It's just going to be that way.
But what you're saying is a sundown town. A sundown town is going to be made up of majority white people. I'm not talking about that. All right, that's fine. But I'm talking about a city that's majority black people. So why would a city be a majority black people and still be governed and ran by an entirely white police department that doesn't live there? So that's what I'm saying. That's where the diversity has to come into play, because if not, if you can't hire black people in a whole black city, what makes you think you can hire black people anywhere else?
But how do you hire a sheriff? You have to elect them. How do you get elected? You have to run. How do you, if you run and you got the majority of black people, whose excuse and what reason wouldn't that black person be the one being hired if all black people voted?
Well, usually
you got to blame the people in that city too. It can't just be all on the white people there. If you're saying it's a majority black city and they have every right to vote just like everybody else, then why aren't there black city mayors? Why aren't there black city sheriffs and police department heads?
Usually it comes down to money. Also, it comes down to who was there, because, you're going to hire a police officer, a sheriff who is a police officer. Well, if you never got an opportunity to be a police officer, how are you going to be the opportunity to be the sheriff? And we've seen what happened when they have hired sheriffs who have been black in the white places. They've protested, they fired, they've accused, they've done everything else. There was one place where majority of them wanted to quit. So those things happen. And that's when you say it's systematic racism. And how do you get rid of that if you don't put checks and balances in place to make sure that that does not happen?
But just like you just said that, and I said there are certain towns that don't matter whether there was systematic systems in place, they were still ignored. Ferguson, it was ignored. This is recent. This is within 10 years ago this happened. And you still had that same situation. So how do you think DEI fixed that? It didn't. That's why I'm saying in certain cities and certain parts of the country, that DEI shit didn't matter to those people. They were still going to ignore it because they went with the old traditional ways that they were established in those states. They were racist then, and they still racist to some point now.
All I know is some of the places that I lived, there was a requirement. So if you were hiring 100 people, half of them had to be minority.
Right.
33% had to be people of color. So that's how you got women on there. And this was in police, like police positions, fire positions, all of that. So it was a requirement. And
was it in police positions or just working for the police department? Because they'll hire those guys to be janitors and
police officers,
paper pushers.
No, police officers. It was with the civil test. My brother gives out the civil test, and that's how I know. And because what you would do is, that's how I know that you being a person in the military, they would take the scores, and you would automatically get it went either 5 or 10 points added to your test. So if you scored a 90 on that civil test, your 90 would become 100, just because you were in military service. That's what they would do. And that's how you got the diversity in. Yeah, I do agree. DI isn't affirmative action.
Because we getting down that road. We're getting them confused.
Yeah.
But
now I do have one. Well, I'll let you tell me when you want to switch, because I got a question for Black.
Yeah, I just want to play this this activist. She's out of Louisiana. And by the way she sounds, you would think she's black, but she's not black. But I'm going to let you play this. She started off as an activist, went and got her law degree, and she does a lot of work down in the Louisiana area. Some people might know who she is. Her name is Rubia Garcia, and she's kind of laughing at the situation right now.
G, where have you been? Baby, I've been watching and I done seen it all. If you ain't had a friend that tell you some of y'all are fucking pathetic today, let me be the one. Yeah, I seen it. I saw seniors gut their own Social Security and Medicaid. I saw men vote for their wives and daughters to die by miscarriage. I saw immigrants voting for their own deportation rates. I saw women voting to have less rights than men, poor people to have tax breaks for billionaires. Even saw the police sit here voted for a 34-time convicted felon for president. What a time to be alive. Gotta be honest, the thing that is actually annoying the piss out of me the most is some of y'all. Did you see Elon Musk with the Hail Hitler sign? Rubia, how do you feel about Donald Trump changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America? Bitch, I don't give a fuck. I was sitting here giving a play-by-play, arm-by-arm Zapruder film breakdown of how that man's fucking arm went up in the air, as if we didn't already know what it is. Eating that shit is exactly what they want. And why? Because that's the game plan, beloved, for the next 4 years. To distract you with outrage. Keep you busy yelling at strangers on the internet about Musk's gesture of love movement instead of talking about the hundreds of fucking executive orders that he's been pushing through the last couple of days. Meanwhile, they're bulldozing your rights, your environment, and your democracy. Bread and circuses, folks. Ancient Rome had free grain and gladiators. Bitch, are you not entertained? Meanwhile, the internet's arguing about whether or not Elon Musk is a fascist or just socially awkward. As if distraction and deflection aren't the game plan. Like, I love y'all, but fucking do better. Don't get mad at the clown when you keep bringing yourself back to the circus.
Damn, I love that closing on. Don't get mad at the clown if you keep bringing yourself back to the circus.
Well, you know, before you start, I wanted to chime in extra on the whole DEI situation.
Okay.
Here's my thing. If they're gonna get rid of that, right? I think with all these applications out there, they should eliminate the whole race part as well. Whether if you were in the military, what's your race, what's your gender, get rid of all that shit.
Why?
Does that even matter?
Does what matter?
My race. Because if we're getting rid of all the diversity, equity, inclusive, whatever shit out there, let's just keep it real. Let's keep it a buck, and let's just get rid of all the whole "what's your race" within the job application. Why does that matter?
That's where Drew started talking about affirmative action versus DEI.
Okay.
And certain things you do need in the affirmative action that the DEI didn't necessarily need to address. It was the best man for the job during affirmative action. Didn't really need to touch that anymore. The inclusive part started coming in with the multiple genders and all these other things that were becoming factors within the job placement because feminists thought they weren't getting a fair shot at jobs as well. That's where DEI started coming in really, really heavy. Affirmative action really addressed most of those other things. I mean, do you agree with that, Fearless, or am I off key with that?
Yeah, I think they just went too far with the DEI. I understand what they were trying to do, but it went from black to white to, I mean, the genders, it became, it wasn't affirmative action. It was what bathroom we're going to use, everything like that. That just went a little far for, I think, people.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and read this super chat. I don't know why I didn't see it before, but it's I think this is the canals. But Brandon Hayes, $10 super chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Funny thing is, the racist nerds that voted for Trump don't even care about real issues or real politics that impacted people. They just want his administration to stop the DEI themes in comic book movies. Damn. You think that's
most people? Yeah, it's not about that, but most people vote against their best interest anyway. We all do. I mean, the weirdest thing, but we all vote against our best interest. That's why we even vote for Democrats when it's not even best for us. We voted for Democrats that brought in all these immigrants, and immigrants usually take the lower jobs of which minorities usually are filling. So we voted for people to basically replace us. A lot of the minorities use social services. We voted for people who brought other people in to take our social services. Why do you think in New York they were fighting and saying, how can somebody just get here and get food, housing, and all of this? And I've been here all this time and I've never gotten that. And I need it. So we always vote against our best interest.
All right. Well, we're going to go right to the night of the inauguration. And
well, before that, let me ask a question to BMT. BMT, since you are a world traveler and a passport bro by association, how do you feel about what Trump did? You know that he reversed what Biden had done, and now Cuba is designated as a state sponsor of terrorism again.
Wow. Oh man, that sucks, man. That sucks. Wow, you know what? I did not know that. It sucks, man. I think there's really no issue between Cuba and the United States. I think they still going by what happened at the Bay of Pigs, and the Cuban people are getting impacted negatively. You and I did a tour with your wife in Cuba, and the guy kind of told us what happened, and it sucks, man. It's just this whole embargo thing is just uncalled for, especially now. It's just like, what's the whole point of it? And it's
we see you crazy. Go ahead.
No, it just sucks overall. I didn't know that he did it again with Cuba, but I guess he did it for the Cuban Americans here in Miami. So, but yeah, remember the guy did tell us that the Cubans in Miami are the ones.
No, but here's the thing. But let me tell you how fast it happened. So I know you like those executive orders. As Biden was. Oh, I'm just saying. You said you liked how that.
No, I said I like the process to be able to watch.
Yeah, that's his first time he's noticing it, so that's cool.
So let me tell you what happened. As Biden is leaving the government, Biden signed something removing Cuba from state sponsored time. So say January 19th, Biden says Cuba is no longer a country for state sponsored terror. On the 20th, Trump says, oh, yeah, watch this. Cuba is. That's how fast it went.
He just did an Uno card reverse. Boom.
He did an Uno reverse card.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump did not like Biden then?
Oh, no.
No, and it's not even about liking that person. They just feel I'm going to take, okay, when I moved one time, I was looking for something, and there was some furniture. I mean, it was some nice furniture, and I was like, man, you know, this we making a come up. You know, this dinette set, man, this is about a $3,000 dinette set, and dude was like, yeah, you can have that for like $200. I was like, brother, this is like solid wood. Why would you do that? And he was like, this is her ex-husband's bought it for. And I say that to say this. There was nothing wrong with the furniture. He just wanted to get rid of
the memory
what somebody else had done. And that's exactly what they do here. So some of the policies are great. And it's just the fact that somebody else did them.
Right.
That I don't want them.
Okay.
By the way, not only Cuba, but all cartels are considered terrorist organizations now. So the war on drugs is about to get real heavy because now they took off the gloves. Because when you deal with terrorists, you don't have certain rules that you would have in other engagements.
Mm-hmm.
And it just opened it up for military to actually act towards them as well as they're terrorists. It's not just police departments now. The military can act towards the cartel. But let me go to this one that Kanal was paying attention to the night of the inauguration and all the policies, and we'll stop it periodically.
You have that other one to sign? You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, so we'll have it for you back here. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
There's that revenge marker. He just took back 78 of Biden's orders on one pen stroke.
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze
The hell with
on
that
all
pen.
federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved.
Now, that was a big one. You heard that. It was about federal hiring.
Oh, yes.
There's a
They put a
federal hiring
freeze.
100% federal hiring freeze, aside for the military.
And Black Men Travels, you did a show on this where you said everybody has to come back to work. And that's what Trump said. He said, okay, yeah, y'all working somewhere. You coming back to job.
I mean, this is how I feel about government workers. Again, shout out to my government workers out there. A lot of you guys are lazy as fuck. And a lot of you guys need to be back in the office. Fuck that. You're getting paid by our taxes. So state, local, and federal, yeah, it's time for you to get back to the office because the government is definitely needs a revamp, a rehaul, something, man. They just like their customer service, their processing hours, everything is just slow.
Not efficient at all.
Yeah. I don't need to be waiting on a call if I'm trying to contact the IRS to get something and I'm on hold for an hour. Like, no, it's time for all you guys to get your asses back in office. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Now, old Krusty says it will hurt us badly. I don't think so. Don't you think that there's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of
redundancy is the word?
Yes. A lot of redundancy where you can't get anything done. And here's one thing that you guys don't know. I think they're still on, what was the first Windows, like Windows 93? So this affects you, Ronin. The Veteran Affairs, they have some of the most mundane, oldest equipment that anybody has. That, you know, they're still doing paper things instead of things digitally.
Well, they have a lot of digital networks, but the digital networks, some of them are integrated. Some of the states I've lived in, from California, Nevada, Kansas, Missouri, a lot of those states are integrated in between their own like outpatient locations versus the main VA hospitals. All those computers talk to each other. The one state, which is the current state I'm in, which you would think Texas is far in advance, everybody else, which they are not. They are the most antiquated state I've ever lived in my fucking life. Even though they have some great advantages, their disadvantages, their systems are old and worn the fuck out. So in this system here, the VA system, none of those computers from one outpatient location to another talk to each other. They're all on separate systems, which is crazy to me. And it takes so much longer here to get something done through the VA system than it does in other states. But the nice thing is there was a law passed about 5-10 years ago where you have the first right of referral. You can refer yourself out. If you don't like the way the system is set up, you don't have to wait around for the VA to do shit. You can just say, I need to be sent to an outpatient referral. And they send you out. And they only got a certain amount of days to do it. So they can't even stall you out.
Now, I am not on X or what is it, TikTok or Twitter. I'm not on that. Twitter.
Well,
but I will say this.
You don't even have to say Twitter is X.
Deward says the government will never be efficient. Well, I do know this, that Elon Musk did go into X and say, I'm getting rid of 2/3 of the people, and it's still running. So, if you can come to the government, how many people does the government employ? That's what I want to know.
It's huge, and you can Google that or like do your ChatGPT thing. But I'm gonna tell you this: the reason why I'm an independent today and why I switched off being a Republican, why I was a Republican for so many years and then I switched off of being a Republican to an independent, was a guy that was running out of Texas. His name was Ross Perot. The number one mission this guy had was to break the redundancies built in the government bureaucracy. That was one of the biggest things that I loved about that man, besides some of the other things he was going to do with the economy, was just cutting out the fat when it came to the redundancies and all the different lobbyists that were sitting in, Washington, D.C.
And I know Old Krusty says that it will hurt us. I think a lot of people get in those government jobs not to progress, just to sit. They just kind of sit there. They get in a job, and it's not about progression. It's not about doing anything. It's just, I'm just staying here and not rocking the boat. And I'm just living and I'm going along with the system. So they don't want anybody to come above them. They keep people repressed from going up, and just becomes ridiculous. You can't, if the government was a business, we would be bankrupt over and over and over again.
Especially if we didn't have the permission of reprinting as much money as we want, so we don't go over and over and lose our money or go bankrupt. But I'm going to play this one because I'm going to end this one real quick, and I might jump back on this one here in a little bit. But I'm going to see where we left off, 1 minute and 39 seconds, because I need some pushback. I want to push back because at this point, so DEI is gone. You don't necessarily have a guarantee to get a job. Why don't we get our own jobs? Why don't we hire our own people? Why don't we start our own businesses and actually stabilize something where, and this is the lady, this is what her point is. So I want to play this and hear what you guys think about it.
Hey, y'all. So people have been asking me my perspective on Donald Trump rolling back the 1965 executive order addressing workplace discrimination, right? It just seems to me like most American people are just complainers and y'all are not problem solvers. Y'all don't find solutions. Y'all just complain about what is going on. If these people want to roll back that specific law, why are not the people who was involved in the DEI programs only work for each other? Instead of sitting here complaining about what these people want, instead of sitting here complaining about not being accepted, why would you want to be accepted somewhere that they don't want you naturally and you have to do it by force? It makes no sense. I don't understand the mindset sitting here crying and trying to talk down on these people for what they want and who they want to be around when y'all have opportunities to work around people who want to who wants to work with you. Why don't black people only deal with black people? Why don't black people only hire black people? why don't you hire who you want to hire? It just doesn't make sense, and I'm not fully against it. We know that we live in a country where these people don't like people of color. They don't like anybody who has more power, more confidence, more internal skills than they do. And they have to use fear and lack to try to control people. And that is exactly what y'all are playing into. Take back y'all power. Say screw them and go find people who want you to work for them. There are lots of people who are gay, who are black, who are in different color groups, and they have companies. Why don't you hire the people that you want to hire? Use their laws against them. That's the easiest way. Tell them that we're not going to hire anybody who is not of color. I'm being real. They can't say nothing about it because they put it out there first. Like, y'all are sitting here whining and crying like children over things that you can control. Your money goes to those companies. So if they don't represent, if they don't stand for what you believe in, stop giving your money to them. But y'all have this mindset, well, I gotta pay my bills. I gotta have food. And that is exactly why nothing will ever change, because y'all are not willing to walk through the fire to get what you want. It seems like y'all want to live in this happy place, but if you really want your happiness, if you want peace, you're gonna have to walk through the darkness. And y'all are not willing to do that. Y'all are not willing to give up your comfortabilities for a small amount of time until these people get in order. Y'all are the reason why they can do what they do. The reason why I had said that I would not vote for Kamala Harris, which I didn't vote for nobody because I don't believe in voting. But no matter who gets in office, my life is going to be abundant because there are people that match what I want. And I don't have to cry about what you don't want me to do. Baby, if you don't want me in your establishment, I guarantee you there's going to be a door open. But it seems like American people don't have that thought process. Y'all behave in survival mode, and then y'all wonder why y'all get survival mode activities. This is happening for a reason. Are y'all going to stand in your power or not?
Comments?
Yeah, my comment is Dr. Umar was opening. I know we can say whatever about Dr. Umar. He was opening up his school. And he said he tried to hire all minority workers to come and fix everything up. And he said his school would have been open years ago, but he got scammed by all of them. No, I'm just saying. He said that even Dr. Umar, the prince of Pan-Africanism, the gorilla of whatever he is, said that when he tried to just hire blacks, he got scammed. So if it was up to us to hire just minorities, we wouldn't be hiring anybody because we don't hire our own people. We're afraid of our own people.
Here's the first thing with Dr. Umar. I'm going to leave him alone because he's not even in the top of the conversation. Dr. Umar wanted these brothers to come and work for free. He confessed to that during some of his lives. Well, these brothers all said they come in and volunteer their time and this, that, and the other thing. You know why he said the white people actually did the work? Because he paid them. They didn't come in and work for free. But Dr. Umar wanted the brothers to come in and work for free. So don't miss that point before you.
No, Ronin, you just proved my point. What? Brothers don't even want to work for brothers. A brother's going to scam
don't
you.
Want to work for brothers for free. This is the point. Brothers don't want to work for brothers for free.
No, it's. What I'm saying is, what she's saying, why won't you work? Because the black guy going to get a white guy, he going to pay him. He not going to pay the black dude. So it's that scamming all the way around. So and what she's saying is, why don't you do it?
Here's the biggest point I want to bring out about what old girl just said. We have over $1 trillion spending power in the black community. Our black dollars leave our communities quicker than anybody else's. Like she said, if somebody has some power with hiring black people and don't want to deal with black people, stop spending your money there.
We can't, brother. We'd rather spend our money. Black women would rather spend their money buying hair from the Koreans.
And again, that's exactly the problem, she said. Because we have this power, we don't exercise it, and that's why we get taken advantage of. So you only have yourself to blame, and you only have yourself to stare at in the mirror of why certain things aren't going down the way it is. There is no loyalty. There is no unity. There is no staying on motherfucking code.
Never. So that's how we get taken advantage of. I mean, I can't see it. And I know there's industries. I'm in the IT industry. And the Indian people, they take care of their people. The Asian people, they take care of their people. I don't care if you don't have as many I don't buy Jordans. I've never had a pair of Jordans in my life. You're right, but that's true. Michael Jordan ain't looking out for y'all. He's looking out for Nike and his bottom line.
So, I got something on Michael Jordan. If you want to bring him up real quick, let me play this real quick, because that brings up a good point that he brought up, and why we're having such a struggle right now with a lot of people with all these disheartened executive orders being signed.
When you look back in our era,
Yeah.
Michael Jordan, and Magic Johnson's, Larry Bird, Charles Barkley's, we earned what we got. When the corporate America came to us, we had a game that could validate their admiration
And sponsorship and all that, yeah.
Now they get that before they play one game. So in essence, you're paying the kid off potential.
You don't think that's good?
No, because I think it sets a bad work ethic. When you get something so easily, you're not going to work as hard.
These kids nowadays are so used to getting things so goddamn easy. They don't know what it is to set up yourself for success by getting the experience. They got the handout like they deserve it right off the bat, and they should start at the bottom and learn the fucking system first. This is the point he was trying to make. And this is why we're in the situation we're in. Us old guys, yeah, we're old school, but guess what?
I'm gonna give you pushback on that. Why?
You can give me pushback all day long.
Why do I? No, you said, repeat what you just said.
You need to get it from experience, not just because you think you deserve it. Just because you have a college degree. Here, so hold up. I can give you a prime example. You know how many jobs I got that required college degrees, but because I had the experience and the know-how and the knowledge, and I knew how to actually utilize the information I had, not just from a book, but fucking actual practical application. I walked in and took so many jobs from fucking kids that just had college degrees. It was ridiculous. Just because you got a college degree and you got time doesn't mean you know the fucking information. It doesn't know. You could have fucked around and got that college degree. Somebody could have took all your tests and gave you that college degree. You put them in that room and tell them to do the job without being trained first. Half of them couldn't do the fucking job.
That's not what you said. You said, why is it that they just?
They don't.
What you said before.
They don't learn the systems. They think because I did this, I deserve that.
What I'm saying is, God damn, man, you're gonna keep letting me talk or not?
Yes, I'm gonna do that. Where's the work ethic?
I don't think you have to start at the bottom. I think that's an old mythology. Let's start at the bottom and work your way up. That's what black people do. White people don't do that. White people don't start at the bottom and work their way up. I ain't never seen
white people know people, or white people own the companies that they have their kids.
So why is it I got to start at the bottom every time? Why is it?
Then go work for a black company. Go get your daddy to actually own the company. This is the point the black girl was trying to say. Why don't you own your own shit and hire your own people?
Sometimes it's not what you know is who you know. I'm not going to. Why
and
should
you can't
I
fault them for that? Why should you fault
I'm not
their
defaulting.
company?
I'm not defaulting a dude like Kai Sinet who can get on the YouTube or whatever he's doing and make $1 million. He ain't started no bottom. He ain't do that. I'm not faulting the guy. He didn't have to start as a janitor. And that seems like what you were saying, like, oh, you got to start from the bottom and go there.
No.
Yeah, I don't think that. Shit, if you can get it how you can get it, get it. If you can get your money, shoot. And you talking about the Michael Jordans and all that, F Michael Jordan. He was getting played because all the money that he wasn't getting from Nike, the people are now saying, hold up, man. Nike was making all these billions and you was just giving me 1,000? Oh, nah. So it wasn't your worth. Then people they just say, I want my fair share. So he just got played. Don't be mad at the other dudes who learned to not get played and said, we ain't going to get played no more.
Again, that's his inability to learn the system himself.
No, but he's criticizing the new people for knowing how to do the system better, saying they didn't do potential. Don't be mad at him. Do they what? I know this. You can say somebody like Shiloh, Dion's son. All he doing is on potential, but his name already, when he came in, is going to sell jerseys, sell tickets. But I'm saying he's just on potential, but his name's going to sell jerseys, going to sell tickets, going to get people there. Dion, when he went to Colorado, was just on potential. He didn't play a game, and the tickets went up and was sold out. You pay on potential.
Listen, you know who enabled them in order to do that? Those things were the people that came before them. All the athletes who were getting hurt in the NCAA and didn't make it to the pros because they were getting hurt early, that got their names put into all the sports memorabilia, all the old football games, NBA, NCAA football, and all that. They were getting no money but yet and still they were able to use their names because they went to the schools because they were collegiate athletes, even though the schools were making millions off of these kids. It was the guys that paved the way to enable Shiloh and all these new kids in the NCAA to actually pull a check that were getting paid under the table, and all of a sudden they weren't eligible to go pro because they took a couple bucks under the table. Those are the guys that laid the groundwork so that these kids can be rich now. Again,
right. What I'm saying is
somebody that has to pave the way before all these things become easier.
But I'm saying everybody don't have to keep paving it and paving and paving. And that's what you're saying. Like each time you saying start at the bottom. And I'm saying, bro, you ain't got to keep starting at the bottom.
I think nowadays, man, there are so many ways that people can make money.
Yep.
There's no excuse, man. Especially with the digital age now with these kids. Like, I talk to my son all the time, man, bro. Just do something. I mean, if you don't want to work for corporate, you don't want to play football anymore, just do something. Just take a chance, man. You know, it's better to take a chance when you don't have any kids or any major responsibilities.
So my son's the same thing.
But now, man, it's like, you know, we can't compare today athletes to yesteryears. We need to stop doing that.
Correct.
And it's just like, you know what? They got the opportunities now, and they're taking full advantage of it. I don't blame these college kids getting these NIL deals, man. Get as much money as you can. Stay another year so you can get more money.
Yeah, because you're damaging your body. You deserve to be paid. And so did those guys, but they didn't.
But just in general, man. I mean, if you look at the OnlyFans, I mean, porn stars back then.
Oh my God, these are that's crazy work.
I mean, porn
these
stars
girls,
I mean, back then they used to get paid what, $300, $500 a scene,
or a scene, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Now these girls don't have to do anything.
These girls making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
Well, they said the average monthly income is about $250.
Yeah, so not everybody doing it, but some are doing it. Now, I do have another question. We're going to move to a little more controversial. Trump came in, and as you know, there is a war in the Middle East. And part of that war is some of the people, the Israelis, come into the West Bank and just take over that land. And what was happening before was when those settlers, when the people would do that, there were sanctions against them. Like they couldn't have banks. There would be certain sanctions against them. But Trump said no more. So now Israelis can move into the West Bank, into land that isn't theirs, basically with no sanctions, do as much violence. How do you feel about that?
Say what? I didn't hear that because you were dipping off a little bit.
Sorry. The Treasury terminates the sanctions on Israeli settlers that go into the West Bank. You know, before, the West Bank was Palestinian.
I don't think that's fair at all. Sorry. I don't think that's fair at all because in the 1940s, they were forced to give up land to even allow the Israeli settlers to come in after the whole Holocaust that was going on in Germany. So those Israelis were transplanted into that region, into Palestinian-owned land.
I'm just telling you what
I'm
he
just
did.
saying, and I'm giving the history and the background of why I'm saying what I'm saying. So this is why I'm saying that I don't think that's fair or not, and I don't think the government, our government, needs to butt our heads in there. But unfortunately, I don't want to say this because we're going to get shut down. We're being controlled by a certain organization, and that organization is
no comment for me.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm just
read between the lines of what I'm saying.
So now I'm just
between the lines of what I'm saying.
But look at just how powerful somebody just shut you down. And you were talking about what we can do. We can start our own thing and just.
But I don't have to talk. Here's the thing. I don't have to talk about them.
You.
I can just do my thing. I don't have to acknowledge them. I don't have to do any of that. You're making me try to acknowledge something that we already know what's going on. Hold on. No, I can still start my own company. I can still do my own thing. I've been doing my own thing since 2011. I ain't worked for nobody else. I work for myself. Always been working for myself since 2011. It's 2024. If I was going to fail, I would have done it. I ain't failed. I choose to work and punch a clock just the way I want to punch a clock. I choose to deal and talk to who I want to deal with. That's because I learned and internalized the things I need to learn from the corporate jobs that I work for in Fortune 100 companies as an executive level manager or whatever the fuck you want to call me. I don't give a rat's ass what I am now. I pick and choose how I make my money. And that was because I learned in those organizations how to take their information, just like old girl said, and use it against them, which means start my own company and do my own thing. Now, you either take your own initiatives and do whatever you need to do, or you cow to the man and you learn, you bow down and do whatever the hell it is. That's what the whole
brother. That's not. Hold up. That's
about.
not what I'm talking about. What I'm just saying is, we talked about Cuba. We talked about gay people. We talked about all of that. When we get to this subject, everybody shut up. And I'm just showing you how powerful a subject is that you can talk about almost anything you want, except what you want.
But the whole thing is, we don't own YouTube. And you know there's restrictions on certain words that you can use, and there's certain words that you can't use, even on YouTube, because they have copyright restrictions and everything else. So before I'm not afraid to use the word, but I'm trying to build a business. So if I'm on somebody else's thing and I got to play along with their rules, then that's just what it is. Just like I said, if you're going to work for somebody, you got to know the rules and conduct yourself accordingly. I'm conducting myself accordingly because I'm on somebody else's platform that I'm trying to get a paycheck off of. You get what I'm saying? Now, when I work for myself, I conduct myself the way I want to conduct myself in whatever professional manner when I'm dealing with my clients. My clients have the faith in me to tell me they trust in the things I do. They know I'm good at it. And it's not anything where I have to worry about my personality. They don't go back and research me. They know me because I have a history with these people. And that's all I'm saying. Develop your own type of business. I don't know why we work for people. We work for people because we're afraid to start our own businesses. And we're afraid to start our own businesses. Why? Because I don't know. Maybe back in Black Wall Street days, and when we were actually established and doing our own thing and being confident about who we were as people, when they burnt all those places down, maybe we have a little soft spot in our heart that says, no, I don't want to do that anymore, because anytime we get big, they try to tear us down. I don't know what it is, but somebody need to wake the fuck up.
American Alive, this is off subject a little bit, asked me what I think about the Guardian caps in the NFL. I have no problem with that. I played football since I was 6 years old, and believe me, that repetitive hitting, and back then we what they call illegal now was just hitting. We call it spearing, is what they call it now. But that was just hitting. That's meaning use your head first, and I still got stingers that I got from that. And I know people that have gotten hit. And if I was going to have a son that was going to be playing, I would say don't even start playing football until you probably like in the 10th or 11th grade, just because of the injuries that go with that.
How do you feel about flag football for younger kids?
Yeah, I think the flag would be, I think that's actually pretty good. You have to develop some great skills. But I have no problem with that, especially with who was your Patriot guy? Aaron Fernandez. What was that dude's name? Aaron. It just went off. He went to prison for his gang violence.
Oh, yeah. He actually committed a murder.
And they found out he had the CTE. Yeah. So I have no issue with that. We want to keep it safe. Because I told you, man. Matter of fact, just this weekend at the Ohio State, I was watching the Ohio State game, and I'll take it off subject for a second. I'm sitting there smoking my cigar because I think I talked to you, Ronin. I was smoking my cigar.
Yeah. You told me you ran into somebody.
Yeah, so I'm at the table. Some guys came up to the table and said, "Hey, can I sit here?" I said, "Oh, brother, as long as you're an Ohio State fan, you can sit anywhere you want." But everybody kept coming up to him saying, "Hey." They were throwing three different names, which threw me. They're like, "Hey, Ed, hey, Tall, hey, Jones." I was like, who is this dude that everybody keep coming up to?
Put them all together. What does it say? Ed Too Tall Jones.
Tall Jones was sitting at the table, man. 6'9", still looking good, 73 years old. And one thing he said was when he left, he said he still had a year on his contract. He said, I had a year. I felt like I lost a step. I was still healthy, and I bowled it out. He said they wanted me to play. They was going to pay me this money. And he said, I took my health seriously. And there's guys that don't do that because they need the money. They play longer than they should. Exactly. And it really hurts them. So I think any way you can make something to protect it, I think it makes it better.
Well, you know what? I noticed a lot of players are actually in the game earlier. Like now, especially a lot of the elite players, they're just calling it quits early. Like once
because your health, man. You walk in with broken knees and you feel like that.
I was in the military for 8 years and I'm broke. Are you kidding me? They take you at the best prime of your life and wear you the fuck out until you can't move no more. Literally, can't move no more. So many things wrong with me, man. I'm trying to tell you, but let me get back to this because we're getting off topic a little too far.
Mm-hmm.
And we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so.
He did.
I don't think so.
Just not in public like that.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Got to get your ass back in office, baby.
There it is.
That's crazy. Now, I will say this. His showmanship is much different than what Biden did.
Oh, absolutely. He definitely knows how to perform for a crowd.
An agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
Now, what do y'all feel about that? The cost of living with inflation and everything else, he's going to address that.
Man, I told you I got into it with your friend.
Who's friend?
The guy.
What's
his
friend?
name? It starts with the O. OP or what is it?
OB?
You're on his channel before.
Obstacles to opportunity.
Yes.
What happened?
Remember, he was saying, "Oh, you can afford these houses," and I'm like, "Bruh, the houses you showing me you can afford, no one wants to live in." When he was showing these $160,000 houses, I'm like, "Bruh, you got a 1,200 square foot dump in the worst neighborhood. You either survive or nothing." And he didn't understand. I said, "Man, houses even in Dallas went from 5 years ago a $250,000 house all of a sudden went up to $500,000." On top of that, you got interest rates that went from that 2% up to 7%. So how can somebody, he said, you can't afford it. I said, man, that's the average house. I'm not talking about like you balling out. That was the average house in Dallas, Texas, $400,000. Right. That means your mortgage is going to be $2,500. How are you affording to pay something like that? So you have people who benefited, yes, who bought their house during the pandemic, and their house prices went up, but now they can't sell their house. Why can't they sell their house?
But some of those guys paid like 100,000, 200,000 over asking in cash in order to buy. So they screwed themselves right off the bat.
Yes. So it has become very difficult for the American dream to be lived because either interest rates are too high, the housing prices have just skyrocketed artificially for no reason. So it's just difficult. You need to bring that down to make it affordability,
right?
Because so let me explain this to people. So if you don't understand economics, it is better for me to give $1 million to 10 people than to a millionaire. Why? Money circulates. If I give it to a millionaire, he just keeps the money inside. He doesn't use it. If I give that $1 million to 10 other people, that's $100,000. They buy a car, they buy groceries. One person can only go to one grocery store. Those 10 people can go to 10 grocery stores, buy 10 cars, buy 10 houses. Those 10 houses that are being bought are being built. That's how it flows around. So the more people can spend money, that's how the economy progresses.
Right. I agree with you.
So not skipping ahead, but what do you guys feel about the ploy? Because I know we talked about this one day, I think maybe January. It was Sunday for all you guys who know. You were sitting around strolling through and all of a sudden TikTok said, "Hey, we're not working no more, brother. TikTok is off. Your cut cap that you're going to use it's no longer in use." Mm-hmm. And then about 8 hours later, it said, "Hey, thank you, Donald Trump. You've come to the rescue and you're helping us out."
Oh, that was definitely a setup.
How do y'all feel about that?
I kind of figured that was going to happen.
Yeah, I think that was definitely politically driven.
That was an easy win and a low-hanging fruit. But
do you think that's political or fair? I mean, think about that.
I think he did it for likes. Come on, guys. Donald Trump, President Donald Trump is a fucking businessman. He knows about marketing, he knows about brand, he knows about positioning. All that was for positioning. He wanted to be liked. And what better way to get the younger generation? Because let's be real, the most power users of TikTok are younger generation. To like him, to fall in love with him, TikTok. It just makes sense.
But let me give you the background on that, since you don't know the background or you may not know it. During the previous election, TikTok was responsible for, when they would say, hey, there's going to be 1,000, they were trolling Trump. They were like, all these people are going to show up at the rally, his rally. And then it would be like 100 people there. So they were trolling him. He didn't like being trolled. So during his time, he went to Congress and said, hey, you guys need to investigate this TikTok, man. TikTok is bad, and it's used by the Chinese and all of these things. And then they started investigating. They said, oh, we can't have a Chinese company do this. Like I said, government moves slow. So by the time he's going back into office, things have changed. Now, when he's about to get elected, TikTok was the storm. Black people on TikTok saying you got to vote for Trump. You got to do this. So the pendulum swung the other way. So now that it was in favor of Trump, he didn't want to get rid of it. He's like, nah, I can't get rid of it now. And now he wants it. So it's crazy. He used it just for his own benefit.
Well, keep in mind, when he was president, people were not using TikTok as the way they're currently using it now. So within the past 4 years, TikTok has blown away most of the social media platforms. So it just makes sense for him to align himself with TikTok. But before then, were you a power user? Were you using TikTok back then, Roland? Fearless?
Not really.
Yeah,
No.
I wasn't using it. So now you have the Generation X that are currently using it. Baby boomers are now using TikTok. There's TikTok groups that cater to the older audiences. So it just makes sense for him to align himself with the TikTok movement and, of course, get the younger voters for the next 8 years.
I think American Live has a question about Donald Trump's finances. He said, how did he bankrupt a casino? That's easy. He just didn't pay nobody. He took all the money. It was easy. He's like, I'm not paying you for nothing. I'm doing this under the table. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not going to be responsible for anything. I have a few other questions, and this goes to BMT. You were born in the Bahamas, from Haiti, born in the Bahamas, came to America. If you got here, say your mother got here a little early, and she's from Haiti, and she got on the boat somehow, got to Florida, and then she had you. Boom, she just walked across, dropped you right there. Now you're a U.S. citizen. We call that anchor baby. Do you think the end of birthright citizenship should go? And because now what they're doing is some Chinese people they do it casually. They book trips when they're 9 months pregnant to the United States, fly over here, have a baby, and then go back home. And then their child is an American citizen. What do you feel about that?
You know what? Because my case was a little bit different because my mother did stay, and she had to go through the grueling experience of getting her papers and everything else. So we went through the whole green card, becoming an American citizen and everything else. I think if you follow the process the correct way, I don't see nothing wrong with that. But if you more of the just pump and dump and head back to your country, yeah, I'm against that.
I guess the question on, well, let's go to that. I don't think, I don't think that's fair. Because what other country can I do that in?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, that's why I think if you go through the legal process, if you go through the legal process of becoming an American citizen, like I know people who've been in this country for 20 years and they still not American citizens. I asked them, why you never apply for American citizenship? I don't know. Like, so you just okay just having a green card. And it's just like, well, don't get surprised if ICE come and knock on your door.
Well, they're coming.
I'm just saying, it's a lot of people that do that, and because I'm from the immigrant community, and it's very common that people come here, be here for 20, 30 years plus, and never get their paperwork. And it's like, you got a job, you're paying into Social Security, everything else, but they won't get their paperwork. So now with the whole ICE situation, it just makes it worse. But yeah, the whole anchor baby, yeah, I'm totally against it because no other country can do that shit. What, Dominican Republic? If you're Haitian Dominican or Haitian descent, you're still not Dominican.
I think old Krusty has it twisted. He says he can't do that. He can't pass one law and do another one. Brother Trump just said you can't have birthright citizenship. And that's in the Constitution. What you mean? He can't do? He doing what he want to do. He's
And they letting him do it.
Yeah. At least it doesn't matter. It has to be one way or the other. Anchor baby for all or for none. I say for none. You
right.
You should not. No country does that. You cannot go on somebody's soil. I can't go to China, have a baby, and be called Chinese. Doesn't happen. They'd be like, yeah, now you're an American. You still an American, brother. I don't care where you was born at.
It's funny. I've been watching some TikTok. And, of course, Haitians and Dominicans always beefing. And now, like, saying some of the Dominicans are worried because they may get deported back. And it's like, well, hey, it's the same thing that you do in your own country. You deport people back that's born in Dominican Republic that are Dominican, but they're Haitian descent. You send them back to their country. So now it's your turn. It's kind of hilarious, but it is what it is. No country does not recognize you just being born in their country and you consider one of their citizens.
Exactly.
And actually, you know what? Let me share something interesting with you guys. Yes, I was born in Nassau, Bahamas in 1978. I was born in Nassau. Do you know that I'm not a Bahamian citizen?
Yeah. They didn't care where you was born at, brother. They said
the thing is,
you Haitian. No, that's what they said.
Well, there you go. I was gonna apply for my Bahamian citizenship. I was denied because both of my parents are Haitian. In order for me to become a Bahamian citizen, I have to advertise on the city newspaper. Had to pay about $700 fee. All this bullshit. I'm like, fuck y'all. I'm going to become an American citizen, and then I became an American citizen because I first was going to do the Bahamian citizen first, then do the American citizen. But it was like, I had to do all this, jump the rope, and I felt like I'm not going to do all those things. So I was born in Nassau, Bahamas, but I'm not recognized as a Bahamian citizen. I was just born there. That's why I went there one time, and I will never step foot back in that country again.
Wow. But why would you blame them? I mean, it was just a situation you were in.
My mother
was in that caused you to be born there. But why would you have an offense because of that? Why would you be offended?
It just like when I was there, when I was starting to know what was happening, and my mother told me what the stuff that she was going through. I just feel like, I didn't even too much care to ever go back. I've been to Freeport, I've been to Nassau, so I've been to the major cities, and I don't care for a lot of things there. And I just feel like, I'm good. Like, I was born there. Now, if I'm on a cruise ship and it stops, all right, fuck it. I'll walk around. But I rarely tell people that, I was born in Bahamas. Most people think that I was born here. But I was born in Bahamas, but I'm not recognized as a Bahamian citizen because both of my parents are Haitian. And it's even now to this day, if there's tons of Haitians in Bahamas, if your parents are Haitian, you're not considered as a Bahamian citizen. Same thing as in the Dominican Republic.
Man, and the old crust. Yes, there are some places that have.
I'm looking it up myself too. Yeah,
and it's mostly the Americas. So south, except Colombia.
No, there's a shit ton of them.
No, except Colombia. No, the Americas, not nowhere else. And you are right. I mean, I'll show you the map. DR is one of the places that does not have it, my brother. They come here, like you said, but you better not be going there.
What? Look at here. Due to the fact that my wife is Dominican, and if I could spend a couple of years in DR, I could become a Dominican resident.
I think you can even go beyond that. You can go get your passport down at.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not in Houston. You can go get your passport.
Well, I'm just saying.
Your Dominican passport.
So really,
I'm looking at a report right now. Goes from Albania all the way down to Yemen, and there's a whole bunch of countries that have birthright
Well, the one I'm looking at doesn't show it. It shows.
I just said what countries give birthright citizenship, and it's got a whole bunch of them.
Well, this is the one I show right here. It's 33 countries, and it's mostly these. This is Colombia, and this little country right here is Dominican Republic. They have restricted where you don't get birthright citizenship. This one, who is this in Africa?
Isn't that China that's highlighted?
Tanzania. Oh no, this is China, Russia. Let's see, who is this? Mongolia. That's all. That is restricted, so you're not going nowhere over there to get anything.
That's Thailand.
South Africa, you're not getting in there. I think this is Australia. Yeah, Australia, man.
Australia's
No, Australia, they ain't letting you. They ain't shoot. You try to come up on their shores, they'll keep you on the shores. They don't let you in their country. They do not play that. That is one of the hardest places to get in.
You look up 80, they do the same.
But I just don't think. I don't think that that's a good thing. You know, people come here, and as soon as you get over the border, and just because you have a child, you have no ties to the country, no alliances to the country. Just because someone had a child here, now you become auto citizen and get all the rights of a citizen, which I do not agree with. Number two, I've seen people cry and say it's unfair. Example, girl comes over, across the border. She has a child. The child is a U.S. citizen. Then all of a sudden now we're 15 years later and they're like, well, we're going to deport you. And they're like, well, no, my child's a citizen. No. Yeah, but you're not.
Yeah.
You got to go. And they think that that's so unfair and so cruel. Go ahead, brother.
No. And that tends to happen. I've seen that happen in life. So, yeah, the parents will come here. They have their kids here. The kids are Americanized, American citizens. But yet the parents are not. So guess who?
I need that soundbite. Somebody needs to find that soundbite. The disrespect.
The parents actually goes back. So, yeah, so that's very common, man. Like, actually, when I was a kid, this is during the 80s now, bro, guys. I remember they used to come and say, police, immigration police, and immigrants start. No, this is before ICE. This is the 80s, and people used to start running because a lot of the immigrants used to work out on the fields, and so this big yellow bus used to come pick them up and ship them out to Homestead to work like the watermelon fields and all that shit. And I remember, like, whenever you hear police, people scatter. Because they didn't want to get caught. Because if they were to get caught, they would easily go to jail. So this was happening a lot during the 80s and 90s in Miami, and it was crazy, man.
It wasn't just Miami; it was down in the southern regions of California, Arizona, and Mexico. Texas.
Well, Miami's different because you got all type of immigrants. Like you got from all the immigrants from all over the Caribbean and South America. So. Yeah, that was common to see, and then to see it now with ICE, it's like, man, this shit is real. And here in Georgia, they have checkpoints.
Guys, without dragging us out anymore, you guys are ready to open up the panel and hear some comments from other people.
So we don't have to stay. I'm going to use the restroom. In the meantime, I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Let me finish what I was saying.
Go ahead.
They got checkpoints here. So, guys, ICE is here in Georgia. They got checkpoints now where they will literally stop your car. And they will ask for everybody for their IDs. They're doing that here in Georgia.
Don't give it to them, though. If they stop you, don't give it to them.
No. I mean, I'm not worried about it, but I mean, I'm seeing the checkpoints though.
Wow, that's insane. I'm sure they got them here in Texas too.
We a border state. What you mean? In Houston, they checking everybody.
They don't play in Texas. Period. So you already know. They only got the National Guard down here. Our guard, man. Texas is gonna have her tough for a while. But by the way, like I said, we are in the open panel mode. So if you'd like to come up, I know Uncle Crusty Rico has been chomping at the bit to get a different perspective. So I'm sure he's gonna be popping up here soon. But anybody else want to talk about this subject? Drew G just popped up. Bring you up in a second, brother. What's up, Drew G? How are you? Drew, you there? He was muted and had to come back. Oh, you watched that 47 Ronin? Oh, you're talking about President 47. All right, there he is. He's back. Mic check. Get you on.
1 2
mute.
1 2 1 2.
There you go. You back. Full effect. What's going on with you?
Man, you guys have covered a lot of stuff tonight, but
we didn't even touch it, man. We just scratched the surface. Over 100 plus executive orders in less than 5 days, brother.
Yeah. So I sent you a link of how many executive orders have been done by each president.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted to go back to was Dr. King and JFK and Robert Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
So I mentioned something in the chat, and I don't know if you guys read that, but I was listening to Roland Martin a few days ago.
Right.
And he said, and I didn't think about this. So you know how all the Confederate statues and everything came down,
right?
You know, being that all these Confederates did this and he did that. One of the things he mentioned was, you know, Dr. King, these are all rumors and, you know, and we don't know if it's true or not, that, you know, he had affairs and, you know, the FBI caught those things on tape.
Right.
And that if this was to be released, do not think that Dr. King's image may not be tarnished, and to the point where people say, hey, you know, he's not to be looked up to. Remove his statues or remove these things of Dr. King. And I was like, man, I did not think about that. But I mean, on the same stance, I already know that, you know, we already know as a country that JFK was bringing them back, you know, in the White House.
Right.
So I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on that. What do you think if something like that came out on Dr. King? Would it start a firestorm where they say, you know what, we're gonna start removing his name from certain things, or removing his likeness from schools and things like that?
With Donald Trump in office, King grab him by the pussy? Come on, man. No, how could he? That would be so hypocritical. It would be ridiculous.
It would not be. It would not be. It wouldn't be Donald Trump. It would be the states that have Dr. King's image on a school, or his name on a school, or something like that. Or
my question is, why is his name on a school or something? Is it when I say that, meaning we celebrate what he did for a nation, not what he did in his bedroom?
Exactly. That's what we all understand that. But Fearless, the thing is that we're under a different time now, where we could say there's probably white people out there says, well, we celebrate the things that Robert E. Lee did for the South, not what he, you know, they could make up any argument like that, but they removed all of those statues. They could remove those you know, Martin Luther King streets or whatever, you know, that's under Dr. King.
But Drew, you know what I would push back with?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
He owned slaves.
Absolutely.
George Washington. I mean, so we've always had flawed historical figures.
True.
You know, General Patton. I mean, just all throughout history. So again, I have to go with what Fearless said. Was he a womanizer or not? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't want to believe so.
Yeah.
But I also really don't care.
No, we don't want to believe that,
like
bro.
Died.
Yeah. I mean, if it's rumor of Dr. King, I don't want to believe that, and I don't want to hear that.
I don't either. But
what if
I thought it was confirmed that he was a good friend of Mahalia Jackson's family, and that was a thing, that he was, you know, that was like a side thing, a side piece, even though she was married and he was married.
No, I don't know that.
I don't think so.
I don't know, but I mean, I have heard that the FBI, you know, I've heard this said before, that Dr. King was no angel, but that Malcolm X was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how could he be? That man came out of prison and was a criminal.
No, they said Malcolm X was an angel. When Malcolm X went back to his room, he went back and prayed.
Oh yeah, but that was after he became a Muslim. But we're talking about his history before he became a Muslim.
Right.
True.
But Drew, there's tons of documentations that, you know, Mr. King was a deviant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
So even his wife knew what was going on. She just kind of played a role.
Right.
That shit ain't new. It just is
Right.
what it is, man.
It
Kind of like what we said with
new, but
Obama.
what I'm saying is the climate that we're in now, we're in a climate that we remove historical figures.
Yeah, but I don't think we should be calling it a fact when it's really what we're stating is rumor and innuendo. I'm not saying that it's not true, but none of it has been substantiated. And if we're going to go
It
with
might be now once they open these books.
Right. If we're going to go with J. Edgar Hoover, who himself was speculated to be LGBT and so on and so forth, and there's no proof of that, but again, rumors. So
they said,
I don't know. I don't care.
They said they are proof based on his journal, some private journals that he kind of confessed that, you know, his love for his friend.
Well, I mean, if they'll come out with some sort of proof, I'm fine with that. But short of that, but again, like I said,
my question is this: then, old Krusty, why we got to romanticize people? You know, is that it? We romanticize them. You got to be better than everybody. You can't be this, and by doing that, we paint a picture that really isn't who they are, or someone we can't even live up to.
Well, we're not the group that started statues. I mean, statues and monuments are romanticizing people or their accomplishments.
But like I said, we got statues of Thomas Jefferson. And he not only owned slaves, he had slave children.
Right.
And we call him a founding father. And we have schools and cities and roads. And trust me, they're never getting rid of those.
And $20 bills.
We proved through DNA that he fathered children with a slave. Undeniable proof.
Underage.
They ain't getting rid of none of it.
Underage. Don't forget about that.
Yeah. But back then, that wasn't a big deal.
So if we can look past that, we can look past Martin having a side piece.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I have no problem.
I heard he was going both ways.
What? Oh, Lord, Jesus. I ain't never heard that. You really? Oh my God! You know what I'm saying? You done blew my wig cap back. God damn! My hairline just ran backwards a little bit.
You better not start spreading that shit.
Who did you say?
He said he been to the mountaintop.
Come on,
start spreading that shit. I'm telling you.
You said Dr. King?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh man.
He trying to fuck up your whole year, Drew.
Yeah, I know, brother.
Oh my goodness. Don't start that rumor. Black History Month is a couple days away. Don't start that one.
Hey, so that's what I'm saying. The shit is the fix might be in. He might bring this out February 1, Black History Month, and man, that'll be the talk of the whole month.
Who do you think gonna have access to those documents now that they've been signed? Who ran to the Library of Congress and pulled them records? Who pulled them out?
Those
Who do you
records
think
in
gonna
the
get access
Library
to
of
them?
Congress, brother. Those records in the FBI vault.
Well, that's what I mean. They're going to have to be transferred over to the Library of Congress because now they're historical documents. So, especially once they've been released.
But have they been released and redacted or just released?
They're going to be released unredacted.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't know.
They're not.
If you got to find the truth out, they can't be redacted. If he's saying the truth needs to be let out, you can't have the redacted version. You need the full version.
Yeah, you're going to get the full version.
Man,
that's insane.
So how do you guys feel?
The intention was, when I remember when this first came out, was that it wasn't supposed to be released in like the 2050, which I'm sure that Robert Kennedy Jr., who's part of Trump's administration, you know, that's probably something he pushed for. Trump was probably, let's do it. You know, I don't understand why. Let's get the truth out there. I can understand.
But even with John F. Kennedy's thing, you know, the whole rumor behind who he got killed by, whether it was the government, the mafia, or so on. You know, so there was a whole bunch of different types of rumors that were going on and why he was X'd out.
Right.
Man. Oh, you think it will?
Can I make a comment?
Sure. That's why you're here, man. I told you, rope-a-dope. You got to jump up in here.
How are my levels?
Your levels are fine.
Sound clear, brother. Go ahead.
Thank you. Old Krusty, where you been, brother? Where you been? I ain't seen you. You been up there on Zip?
He said he's been minding his business.
Hold up. You did up there on Zed's channel?
Nope.
Oh, you don't say her name up in here. We're about to find you, man.
That's a $10 fine, brother. That's a $10 fine right there.
Is that all it costs? How many times can I say that name? I got
however much you want to drop. You want to drop $100 super chat? Then go right ahead.
Let's run the deck. Oh, Krusty, I know you're not in America, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, my bad.
He has a house outside of the country, but he is in the
Black
United
man
States.
travels. You in America?
No, I'm not.
Drew, Mercy Justice. Are you brothers in America?
I'm an American.
In America. I didn't ask you what your nationality
Oh yeah,
was.
I'm in America and I'm an American, and I think Dr. King is just a regular American who made some mistakes, bro. I mean, come on, man. What are we talking
All right,
about?
bet. Yeah, I'm not. I haven't even addressed that yet. I would
Okay,
like
my
to.
bad.
I would like to question Drew about his whereabouts. But all that aside, why are y'all still there?
What do you mean?
Because why are you where you at? Because here's the thing. Then why don't you do this, brother? Why don't you put that blue book aside? Get you another book. Why you still carrying that blue book?
Did you just feel the flashbang that I threw in the room?
It wasn't a flashbang.
No, that wasn't me.
I'm trying to be nice here, man. I don't know what's all this about, man. It's like, what's the question?
So I'm asking, why are you still in America?
This is one of the greatest countries in the world. I think I get the best opportunity to do here what I couldn't do somewhere else. My dollar goes. Huh? This says me. This says the people that's trying to get to this border. Says the people that do this. Every innovation, that cell phone that you carry and this YouTube that you on, that all of that is innovated by Americans. That Coca-Cola and McDonald's that you eat while you over there, that's American. Them Nike shoes that you wear, invented by Americans. So we are the most innovative place that there is. The reason that the world exists and ticks is because of what America does. Whether our social, economic,
and that paper and the change that you jingle in your pocket when you go over to Thailand and you exchange it is American.
Your 401k,
Exactly.
your pension is American. So if you want to go ahead and get that Thailand income,
So while you
only
over
switch
there
income.
in Thailand, you were enjoying the fruits and labor that you did over
Correct.
here and utilizing those dollars to take advantage over there. But at the end of the day, you're
And the
still
only
an
re-
American somewhere else
reason
in
you-
another country. You are not a Thailandese. You are an American transplanted to Thailand. Never.
And the
forget
reason
who
you can live
are.
so good over in Thailand is because of your American dollars that you got in the United States.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna make America.
So I'm asking you. I've heard all that, and I know there are other voices who'd like to speak to this question, but I'm going to ask you once again: have I not toiled in America long enough? Have my foreparents not put in the work? Have I not given enough to America to find a space overseas? And the question again is, why are you still there?
See, it's easy for
Why?
somebody to say, I want to find a space overseas when you have the American backing. It's always like the little puppy that goes after the hyena because the big dog is behind them. It's always good that you can talk that when you got the backing of something. You wouldn't talk the same way if you were born there. You wouldn't have those same opportunities if you were.
SCI, you can always come up here, brother. Got a problem with you, Richard?
I wouldn't talk this way in America anymore because America's dead.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not dead. All the power America wields, even to this day, all the power
America is a
wields of
failing
itself.
empire. Who doesn't know that America is a sinking ship? And it
It is
sounds
not
like
a
you
sinking
guys
ship.
want to.
We're gonna make America great again, bro. We're gonna make it.
It has never stopped being great.
Who are
Hold
you?
up, stop. It has never stopped being great.
I never said it did.
But I'm just saying.
benefiting-
So where
he's
do you
benefiting
think
from
you're
America.
over there, like Richard?
His
I get
life
you
force
throwing.
is
I get you
America.
trying to throw grenades and everything, and you're
Poke
trying to be
the
the
bear.
op. But at the same time, you're over there benefiting from the fact that you're in America. You have that blue passport and you got American dollars. Go trade all your shit in and get a Thailand passport and exchange your shit. Why are you still carrying that blue passport? And why haven't you changed the citizenship? If America is failing.
I'd like to hear what old Krusty has to say about this.
You see, he don't ever answer the question.
That's all. I'm in the passenger seat. I don't think America's that bad at all. I don't think it's perfect, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's any worse than anything else. I'm just waiting to get my retirement money in the roll, and then I'm out.
Facts.
That's it.
In April, I'll be in the Philippines. So
Yeah,
I don't
still
get what
got money
saying.
to make. When I'm done, then I'm out because I can't make it where I'm going, so I got to make it where I'm at. There's no money to
Get
be
in
made.
where you fit in. Yeah, get in where you fit in. Black Man Travels. I've been a fan of your channel. I am a sub. You mad at me for saying America sucks?
I'm not mad. I don't care. I just don't see the whole point of you saying that. Like, what's the
I'm not even important enough for you to care or be mad at me. I was just.
I don't.
But America sucks, bro. America sucks.
Okay. See, all right. You speaking to an immigrant. So I don't think the way most other people think. I came into this country with nothing, homeless, to having my MBA degree at 26 years old, having all my brothers and sisters making six figures. My mother retired at 60. There's no other country. Wait, hold up. There's no other country where you can have nothing and become something. Name another country you can actually do that right now.
Well,
name another country besides the United States where you could do that.
If I were to react to that, and if you will allow me, my parents were products of the Jim Crow South. Oh, somebody's breathing hard. Shit. Check their pulse.
No, you just need to speak. You just need to speak. Richard, you were in a faster paced room where we mentally move a lot faster pace in the storytelling mode of over on Chris's panel. You got to get to the point, bro. You going around Robin Hood's barn like Chris does. We need you to go right to the point that you're trying to make.
Well, I thought I did, but forgive me. I am a little older and slower these days. My parents were born in the Jim Crow South. They didn't have the privilege, Black Man Travels, that your parents might have had. And I don't mean grandparents. I'm talking about parents. So the
privilege his parents had.
What privilege? What privilege did my mother had if she was homeless on the streets?
The ability to come to America, perhaps,
on a boat, on a freaking boat, with other
and not be under the oppression of Jim Crow. I'm not sure what year she came.
Well, she was part of she was there for the whole Duvalier revolution, which is a hard time of Haiti, where people
80s, right? That's 80s, right?
70s.
70s. Duvalier,
Papa Doc, and there's Baby Doc.
So my point being that if you came to America during those days, let's count 20 or 30 or 50 years back to folks who were already here, like my parents, who were under the oppression of American apartheid known as Jim Crow. So I know it might have been hard for your parents, and America's that way. So it's been harder for us as well.
No, what you just told him is you had a 50 or 60 year start. So why are you in the same position? That's what you just said. You've been here 60 years. You had a 60-year start. He just came off the boat. Why are you having an excuse still?
Is that what that sounded like when I said that?
Yep.
Yes.
A Black Man Travels. An old Krusty weigh in because we're about the same age. These are some young folks we're here in the Lion's Den with. Do you perceive that Black people prior to Duvalier, the late 70s, mid-late 70s, early 80s, let's say, do you perceive that we had a 50-year head start?
Compared to whom?
Compared to Haitians.
Yeah, you speak the language. I mean, the fact that you spoke the language, you spoke the homeland language, I didn't. I had to learn how to speak English.
What color does he look like to you, American? I mean, it ain't like he came over here and was white. He came over here black, just like you, but didn't speak the language from a whole different culture and was poor in the South. I'm not understanding.
I think part of what you got, I hear both sides of it, but I think part of what I think America is trying to say is, and I have to agree with him, in those earlier years, there was just outright discrimination for Black people. So while we did have, say you could say we had 50 years more here, it really wasn't a head start when you were a severely oppressed people.
No, I'm gonna counter that. I think it was actually probably better. You know why? Because then I could not rely on a white person. If I needed to go to a doctor, I went to a black doctor. If I needed to go to a pharmacist, I went to a black pharmacist. I had to rely on my own people to get by. My money stayed in my community a lot longer 50 years ago than it does now. But now we figure that white man's ice is colder than black man's ice, that we'll rather do that. Back then, we had to rely on each other.
Okay,
so it was better. When somebody else comes over, it's just free for all.
The biggest problem with that, as I always hear, even when I hear today, is people conflate individual success with community success. I, as an individual Black man, I can overcome all that stuff, but still my community is at the bottom. So what good does it do me if I alone get to the top of the mountain and everybody else that looks like me is still at the bottom?
It wasn't alone, brother. Please tell me today where there's a Tulsa, Oklahoma.
We're talking about.
No, but see, this is the point. This is the point. This is the point.
No, I'm saying you said a community versus individual, and I'm saying, tell me today where there's a Tulsa, Oklahoma.
But see, this is the problem. This is the problem. We look at history. When we look at history, we got to look at all the factors. See, they were burning down churches. They were burning down business. They even burned down Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we couldn't stand like that. We had to join them. We had to. That's why they made it. They made it so we had to join their community because they would have destroyed our dinners. They would have killed our leaders. They've been killing all our leaders.
And here's the reality. Man. Here's the thing. We had Black colleges and you had lawyers that graduated from colleges that still had to work as a janitor. That's all I'm saying. I'm just sitting there saying is, yes, it was 50 years sooner, but we tend to romanticize the past as if, we were on equal footing with white folks in our own community. No, we wasn't.
Said that.
We were in our own community, but we were not on equal footing with white folks back then. We just
that's what I said when we started talking about DEI.
Right.
I grew up where I had to fight to be in the executive level management
I heard
system.
You're absolutely
right.
So
I don't know if American didn't hear all that, but Generation X, we're used to this. Y'all ain't used to it. That ain't in Generation X or baby boomers. It cycles back around, which brings up this whole thing where I need to go ahead and play this real quick. We're going to take a break, and I'm going to play this video that everybody's heard of, but I need to remind y'all of how cycles work in life.
I had a conversation with a friend one day, and we was talking about family and life, and I asked him, how do you see your kid's future? And he said to me, my grandfather walked 10 miles to work every day. My father walked 5. I'm driving a Cadillac. My son is in a Mercedes. Said my grandson will be in a Ferrari. But he said my great-grandson will be walking again. So I asked him, I said, well, why is that? And he said to me, tough times create strong men. Strong men create easy times. Easy times create weak men. Weak men create tough times. He said to me, many will not understand, but you have to raise warriors. That's what Coach instilled in me, and so many like me. The strength and courage of a warrior.
Now, where are we at in that cycle? We on the back end, great-grandson, in the weak times. We came from those tough times. But we also made these weak times because of how hard we worked. It's a cycle. And it's going to keep repeating itself till the end of time. So understand where you live at and where you at in that placement of that cycle. You ain't going to stop it. It's going to happen. The only thing you can do is try to get your grips around it and figure out what part you're in and do something about it. Now we can continue the topic.
Can I ask the one thing I wanted to?
And so now this great. Let me add to what he just said. So now we got the great grandson who's walking, right? He walking, but he got a cell phone and a laptop while he walking. So he ain't talk about that.
Correct.
So see,
but what's he gonna do with that cell phone? What's he gonna do with that cell phone and that? Okay.
That cell phone and that laptop has a lot more knowledge and is more valuable than that Cadillac you driving.
Right.
Because he could do a lot more with it. Now, whether or not he do it with it, now that's a different situation.
That's the point. What they gonna do with it?
He got weapons.
Right.
He got
now they got all this knowledge and they should be doing it. Exactly. They got all this knowledge and ability to do something. Are they going to actually do it? Or are they sitting there waiting for a handout still?
Let me ask you, Fearless and Ronin, can we get back to the topic of these Trump executive orders?
I was going to ask Drew, because I wanted to ask about that one particular thing, because I know a couple of you guys seem like you were celebrating the DEI affirmative action going away. I wanted to bring up one thing about that in particular. I think most of you guys are a couple of you guys are entrepreneurs, probably you, Ronin, Fearless, I think Black Man. I think y'all got your own business. And that's great. And that's wonderful. And I always hear that, I always hear this dismissal of things, especially from the entrepreneur communities, because your success is yours. You work hard for it, you make it on your own. But when we talk about DEI initiatives and affirmative action, I want you guys to know some statistics. Of all the federal government contracts, 1.6% of all the federal trillions of dollars are awarded to Black companies. 1.3% go to Asian companies, and less than 5% goes to Hispanic companies. So that tells you, when you add those up, that grand total of 8% of all federal government contracts going to minority-owned companies. This is why we need things like DEI programs and affirmative action, because guess what's going to go next? The minority contracts to the Small Business Administration. And when them motherfuckers go back to being all white, y'all going to see the value in some of this stuff. Because as you guys even said earlier today, they give chip, just like the NFL owners, they give it to people who look like them. There's no way you can tell me why 92% of all the federal government contracts should be awarded to white-owned companies when all our tax dollars pay for it. It's crazy. So I think sometimes in this urge to be like, I'm not a victim, I'm not a victim, I'm not a victim, we do ourselves a disservice, because that's exactly what they want us to say.
Well, let me push back on that a little bit, because I do federal contracts.
Okay.
So the thing is that you have to realize there are certain numbers and metrics that must be met for this SBA, Small Business Association. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have to meet those metrics regardless if Trump's in office or anybody else is in office. Those metrics will have to be met. Mm-hmm. However, what we find out a lot of the times is that many of our minority companies cannot fulfill those contracts that we put out there. Correct. So we advertise for a contract and they cannot fulfill them. And in my case, I've had brother that won a contract, told me that he could do the job,
then
couldn't do the job. When he got to the site to get the job done, several of his workers got arrested at the gate. And I was like, my God, how bad. And then when we found out he was doing the job, and it was a job just to lay carpet.
Right.
Did you know this brother? You know this brother came into this site, this location, and cut around the furniture to install the instead of removing the furniture, he cut around the furniture.
Okay,
but Drew, I mean that's just different. A different.
Let me wait before you go. Let me go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm somebody that actually participated in government contracting for years, and several different jobs from corporate America into a Black-owned business. I know T's and C's just as much as Drew does. And in those situations, you can either win 100% of that contract on your own recognizant, or you can partner with a larger corporation because of DEI or whatever the subcontracting ability was, that they needed a small business to be attached to the bigger contracts as a sublet, so that small business still gets the profit, even though they couldn't support the business 100% or the bid 100% on their own. So there were some contracts out there that they had to have an inclusive, either Black-owned, woman-owned business to help them fulfill the contract the way it was written. So you could either bid on your own to say, I could support it on my own 100%, or you could bid as a subcontractor on the main contract as a small business or Black-owned business and still win a portion of the contract. The problem is, like Drew was saying, there's a lot of people that were bidding trying to be greedy, saying they can implement a project on their own when they can't. After you do a project and you can't deliver, you get blacklisted. You will get blacklisted. You won't be able to bid after a while. And it starts to throw a black eye in that arena or whatever that commodity code is that you're bidding on. And they start looking at all individual bids after a certain period of time of not being able to fulfill the bid.
Absolutely. If I put all this effort and work into building a contract and you can't fulfill it, I'll never come back to you.
Right.
I'll never. You can bid on the contract, absolutely, but like Ronin said, there'll become a situation where they call it EPL, which is like excluded parties list, or we will say it in federal contracting as the evil parties list, because these people can't fulfill their contract.
That's true, D Ward. That's why I tried never to be a subcontractor. I always try to be the primary.
Here's the thing, Drew. What I don't want, and I agree with 1,000% about the examples you gave, because I know that they do exist, but I know they probably exist in equal measure among these white contractors as well.
Absolutely.
Right.
100%. 100%.
Right. Who can't perform, who can't. Now, the difference is still in the awarding of these contracts. Oftentimes, those white contractors will be given an opportunity to rectify the problem, or will be given a second bite at the apple, while the minority contractor may. I'm just trying to let you guys know the numbers don't. It's impossible for me to believe that all of our minority contractors are so bad that we can only, especially when you think about the Hispanics. I'm like, them some hardworking motherfuckers. So you telling me that they're so woefully deficient while they're 25% of the population? They can only
Rico, let me answer that real quick. I walked into a company where I applied everything I learned from a Fortune 100 company, and I grew that company to 50 million in annual sales. It was a Black-owned business. Even though he knew about government contracting, he didn't know anything to the level I did, and he was the president of the company. So while you're saying the participation level is low, it's because a lot of our Black companies don't know how to initiate or deal with the federal government. You can't blame the ignorance of the owner on the company, because everything still needs to be fulfilled. You can't stop the government from fulfilling contracts because Black people don't want to inform themselves on the ability to either deliver or not deliver on a contract they're bidding on. Right. You know, that's up to the individual owner or whoever he hires that specializes in that arena to get him up to speed and up to code so that he can deliver.
Which is fair. But I think what some of the, like I said, from all my research and study on the topic, a lot of minority contractors always stipulate, like you said, when bids go out, it has an opening, it has a closing. You don't get your bid within that time, too bad. A lot of minorities were not even made aware of it, which is why some of the diversity programs are like, look, a percentage of these contracts, you need to make this information known to these known minority contractors to give them an opportunity, because previously they were always denied the opportunity. That's
right.
just
And
a
so
fact.
that was fixed years ago. And there's a whole system that you log into, and it tells you based on commodity code what contracts, RFPs, RFIs, whatever are available in that commodity code. So it's up to the individual to log in. Simply, it's computerized now. Log in and look to see what falls within their ability and go and answer whether they can or cannot respond to the RFP or RFI. Whatever.
And also, too, let me just say this is that I think one of the things is education, is that a lot of people do not know how to start the process. And for a good example, our brother on the panel, being Black Man Travels, was having a conversation about this, and I heard him and I said, man, I got to talk to this brother, because there's people who do, the government has already set up
there's people who actually
something
do
to
that.
do this for free.
Right.
And it's like, and they set you up, they show you the website, they get you all your cage codes, your DUNS numbers, they do the whole process for you because they want to have that business from small businesses. But a lot of times what happens is, you know, we all know that the government is convoluted. There's a lot of paperwork. And if you don't know how to do the paperwork, more than likely you're going to get frustrated and just give up on it.
And guess who the biggest number of people who fall into that bucket will be young, new business entrepreneurs who don't know this information. No one's not giving it to them. I'm not saying anybody has to. I'm just saying how when you compound all of these things on it, why the numbers are so low. So the government says, put these programs in so that we know that these guys you will go out and you will look for contractors where you didn't usually look. That's what I'm saying, the benefit of the program.
But the program can't bring the people. The people have to go there. Like when Black Man Travels went, he had to put some initiative in. He had to take the steps.
I want to chime in on this.
The programs go out and look in places like it could be a Hispanic company over here, an Asian company. And
that's not that's not the purpose of the program. No. You're supposed to go to the program. Program ain't supposed to look for you.
But this is the thing, Fearless. The government has made a conscientious effort to diversify to a certain percentage of its contractors. It is 10%. It is not 10%. Too much for the government to say, hey, we want to have. It looks crazy for them to have 100% white companies and all of us pay taxes.
But you have to put the crazy part. Let BMT chime in. He'll tell you his process. Go ahead.
I want to chime in and thank you, Drew. For definitely giving me the advice that you gave me, guys. A couple of months ago, I decided. Well, a few months ago now, I decided that, you know what, I have over 20 years of, you know, corporate experience. Let me take my talents to the public side. So I follow the rules. Watched a lot of YouTube channels, did a lot of Google searching, did a lot of ChatGPT just to understand what is the process of becoming a government contractor. I followed that process. I went to the city of Atlanta, Chamber of Business. I went to the government office to figure out, okay, what's the process? Ask the right questions, similar to what Felix just said. You got to go look for it. All the resources are there because guess what? They're paid for already. It's up to you to go out there and seek it. So once I start finding all the right resources and start meeting all the right people, they were happy to help me. I was shocked how openly and willingly people were willing to teach you how to become a successful government contractor. Within 1 month, within 1 month, I became certified by the federal government as a government contractor. However, I felt like, you know what, I'm not ready for the federal level. So you know what, let me just focus on the state and local, more the local and state level. So I could understand the business, get the smaller contract, learn from, understand what the process is. Then once I am big enough, I'll go for the federal. But as of right now, man, it's a lot of learning. And similar to what Fearless said, you got to go out there and seek it.
Okay, but
hold on, Rico. Let me add to that real quick. Because of the position, because of the position I was in when I was in government, kind of like Drew G, I brought off of government contracting while I was in the military. So I already knew government contracting, T's and C's. I knew what to look for. So when I got out and I started working with sales organizations and getting into state and local, then federal contracting, I was very familiar with the system and how to make it work for us in that company that I work for. So I was way more advanced than most people that would just be a brand new business owner in a Black community trying to get in to government contracting. So I was very comfortable taking a small company into a business like that and knowing how to subcontract or primary contract for the ability of whatever we were doing. And I did everything from pharmaceuticals to computer sales within the government contracting space for not only state, county, city, and federal.
So hold on, Ronin.
I was just familiar with that system.
By pharmaceutical, do you mean you sold drugs in the military?
I sold legal drugs into government agencies, from flu, tetanus, diphtheria, all that stuff.
Yes, joking. I have a comment I'd like to add to that about government contracts. I have some experience there, but go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask, we're not seriously saying that we don't believe that the government has not historically went into diverse communities to recruit before. So that's not even like
but that's not the job of the government to recruit you.
The government has
always.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
You know what the biggest government recruitment is? The military. And they go into all communities to recruit a diverse group of people. The government does do this. That's all I'm saying.
You got Crips and Bloods in the military.
I don't know if y'all notice, if y'all wake up in the morning.
Go ahead, Mercy.
If y'all wake up in the morning and y'all just drive around, bro, you will see all these Hispanics doing construction, building homes, I'm just telling you what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they communicate with each other.
Mercy, what city you playing? What city?
Let him finish his statement. Let him finish his statement.
I just want to know what city you live in.
But okay. I've seen it in more than one city, but I just talk about the city I'm in. I'm in the nation's capital. I'm in DC. I've seen it in Maryland. I've seen it in Virginia. They are all over the place, bro. And some of them can't even speak English, but they got jobs. But then my nephew can't find a job. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at I'm just drive around, bro. You'll see them all over, everywhere working. So my thing is this, man. It's not just a government problem. The problem is we're not helping each other, bro. Because they help each other. They hire each other. They look out for each other. So I'm just.
What the hell?
Something
Mercy.
Happened.
What the government done got him, brother.
But damn, I get his point. I get where he's going with that, but at the same time, whose problem is that within our own community that we don't reach back and help the next person?
He's correct. Right. I'm just saying is we can't pretend like the government has not recruit. The FBI recruits in diverse neighborhoods. They go to HBCUs. The police department does it. All types of government. Everybody don't go find the work. The work goes out. When they have a recruitment issue, they go out looking for people. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that, minorities have to do the work, just that, whatever. I'm just saying when we look at the data and we see the low numbers of federal government contracts being awarded to minority companies, then that should tell us, well, something's wrong as to why it's so few when we're 13% of the population. Hispanics are 25. That's nearly 40. Throw in the Asian and other, like 45, close to half the population. But we got 8% of federal government contracts.
But I got to tell you something. Let me say, hold up. Ronin, why you always telling me to hold on when you say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something, brother? Here go the problem. And BMT, tell me if I'm right or wrong. The issue is they'll have classes, because I've seen the classes where people have done it. The people never show up.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, there's every city, every state has these classes that they offer, webinars, online classes, virtual classes, to on-site classes, and where you go and learn. They will teach you government 101. Like, there's tons of it, especially here in Georgia. Man, it's just like the information is there. It's up to you to go out there and seek it. Just Google it. How to become a government contractor in your state. Boom, you start seeing all these different resources that are currently available. Now, if you go on YouTube, people trying to make money off of it. They'll say, yeah, if you buy my course, fuck that course. You can just Google it and find it and go speak to a specialist that will teach you how to do it the right way. So that's why it kills me. Like when I tell people all the time, dude, do your research, because you'd be amazed You don't need to pay for this information when it's free.
Now, my question is, how many people actually showed up when they had those classes?
It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
Can I jump in here real quick and tell you why they're so low of the Hispanic, Black community, and everything else? Since I came from a Black business and actually sold government contracting, okay, and Drew will tell you, it's the markup. Motherfuckers are greedy. Instead of marking down their product in order to win the contract and going out and renegotiating the contract after they win, they try to go 40% up on profit. When you can't win a contract like that, you need to go sub low, because the contract goes by what, Drew? Lowest bidder first.
Lowest bidder.
But lowest competent bidder first.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can be the lowest bidder and not be competent enough to deliver.
Right.
So you got to have both qualifying factors. So a lot of brothers go in thinking and they know it all, and they overbid themselves right out of goddamn contract. One, because they don't know how to research prior year's bids. You got to know at least 3 to 5 years worth of bids on what was going on that one commodity to win the last contract that they put out on that level. There's a whole level to doing bids in government contracting that most people don't even understand. There's levels to this shit. You don't just jump in, and that's why Black Man Travel even said, I'm not ready to go federal level because it's competitive. You don't just get that contract because you Black. You need to know the history of that commodity. You need to know what the price range is, and then you need to be able to find a provider that's going to give you a competitive price so you can go back and bid on that commodity and actually win the goddamn contract.
And also,
it ain't that goddamn easy.
And to piggyback what Roland just said, guys, there are websites that will give you the history of the previous contract won.
Well, what are the websites?
Oh, can you put me on the center screen? I'm going to show you guys something.
Yeah, go for it. Man.
Well, wait, before you do, can I share with you a story about the 8A program?
Yeah, I'm going to share that with you.
Set aside. Before you do, if you
he actually works for the federal government. Richard, you can't say anything more. He works for the federal government. He does contracting.
I get that, but he's retired military. I'm talking to civvies.
No, he's a civvy working in government.
You're a civvy?
Yes.
Is this what you're talking about right here, Richard?
I see it.
Okay, so if you look in this group right here, none of it says set aside for Black. It's women owned, SBA disadvantage owned business, but you'll never see anything that says set aside for Black.
Woman you can't have that. That would be, you can't set something aside for Black.
Woman owned, Black owned gives you double set aside access.
Well, I'm just saying, when we look at set asides, it doesn't say just Black owned. It'll say woman owned. Yeah. And then you'll see thousands of jobs out here.
Thank you.
And this site is called
thousands of contracts.
Look,
thousands of requests.
Women owned,
RFPs.
Disabled
thousands
of guys. And thank you, Drew, for showing this. Guys, there's a variety of different websites. And again, this is at the federal level. If you check your city level, like if you go to Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, they got their own procurement centers.
Exactly.
You could actually bid for those contracts. Actually, you could go.
Can y'all pause that right there? That's roofing. I used to do roofing as a kid. I used to be a roofer.
Well, there's all
I didn't have a demon.
There's all kind of business out there for roofers that want to do federal contracting, but the roofers need to know how to fucking bid.
The problem is,
do I need to come back to America to do that?
No, you can stay in Thailand. The problem is, and
take that as an insult, young fella, but that's okay. I will stay.
Not Phyllis. Roland kind of said this.
I'm only joking, kid.
The problem with a lot of the Black contractors, and someone kind of sat me down and schooled me. Like literally, we went out to lunch, and she sat me down and was like, "Hey, listen, do not do this." Most of the Black contractors, they come in greedy. They overbid.
Yeah.
They try to get a 50% markup where they could get the majority of the money, and that's how they normally lose. So one thing she made it clear.
For a forklift, you got a contract.
Richard, hold up, man. Let him get his point out. Jesus. Go ahead.
She made it clear to me, like, do not be greedy. Government contract, you're not gonna get rich overnight. This is a long haul game. And the thing is, be realistic. The thing is, you have a lot of people that come into the government contracting overbidding because they're trying to make a 50% markup. The average market we should make is 5%, if that. If you want to continue to have a long-standing business. But the problem is you have a lot of people that come into this industry just being greedy, and they just trying to get as much money as possible because they follow these YouTubers. Because again, within the YouTube space, I was surprised how many people actually do government contracting selling courses. And I'm like, the same courses that they're selling, I could get that for free by going to my local office and attend a seminar. And they will walk you, and literally, guys, they will walk you down paper by paper, what papers you need to do step by step for free. But the thing is, you attend these classes, it's like 5 people in there.
This is where I made the majority of my money in government contracting.
But can we add one thing though? Because we keep saying, I don't want us to set it. We keep saying black. Again, the numbers show not just black numbers are low, Hispanic and Asian as well.
But again, it's knowledge on how to bid is how you win. If you don't go in with the proper knowledge, you're going to wind up getting like irritated that you're not winning because you think you should be winning at a 40% margin when you probably should be bidding at 15 and try to renegotiate the deal on the back end by your labor cost or going and acquiring the equipment that you need at a cheaper rate so that you can get your markup after the fact.
Right.
But the only way to know where the bid is like Buck said, unlike Drew said, and like I'm telling you is you got to go back and research the product, the commodity, or whatever it is, and see how many years back and what the average margin was back then to now, so that you can be competitive. A lot of people go in trying to be, again, greedy, not knowing how to, and that's why they're not winning. Nobody's educating on the art of the deal, like Trump would say. Nobody's teaching them the art of the bid. You have to bid a certain way to win. And I beat all kind of white companies. Let me just tell you a story. I won the whole state of California flu deal as a black-owned business, small company, over $7 million of flu I delivered to the whole state of California. Every state agency, county, and city organization that dealt with flu, we delivered it. And I beat out the manufacturers for the goddamn deal. Why? Because I knew what I was doing. I knew I could go in low enough. And then after I won the contract, guess what I did? They knew I had the contract. So guess what the distributors and the manufacturers had to do? I said, I'm going to give you one bid. You give me your best and lowest price in order to take this contract from me, or I'm going to go to the person that originally gave me the bid. And I gave everybody the option to bid me a better price. And instead of me coming in at 3 points, I wound up closing that deal at 9 by the time I took delivery.
Okay.
But you got to know what you're doing.
Right. But
and if you try to just do it off the top of your head, you're going to fail. And then you're going to get bored and you're not going to want to do it.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was, just to be clear, was, again, we talk. So one, when we say black, then we're excluding the other two groups as if they're not having the same failure rate. All three groups are having a very high failure rate.
Exactly, because we don't know.
What I want to say is, I agree 100% with you, Ronin and Black Man, that I do think all three groups must be overbidding because all three groups have a high failure rate. So all three groups, but I'm saying I don't think the failure rate, I think that's one of several variables as to why they have a high failure rate. And I just don't want us to dismiss what percentage of biases in the contract awarding exists, because we talk as if, yes, it is the high bidding. It is the incompetence. I think it's several reasons as to why minorities have such a high failure rate. And I think the DEI will address the bias aspect, but your ass still got to be competent.
But Drew will tell you.
You got to bid correctly. You still have to do all the things you guys are talking about.
Right.
But if you did all that, your numbers would go up, but it still would not be proportionate because of the bias. You can be better than everybody else. With bias, you still will be excluded.
Drew will tell you, as a commodity, as a procurement officer, Drew will tell you the number wins everything. It doesn't matter what the company name comes in.
Absolutely.
It's the number first.
Absolutely.
It's the number first, and then how many jobs that person might have already delivered on through that organization.
Yeah, because a lot of the most of the contracts that you'll see out there, that it's always the dollar. You can be perfect in your bid. You can be, it's just spot on. But when it comes down to that bottom line dollar, Most of the time, our government contracts are lowest price technically acceptable.
Don't matter your color.
Yep, doesn't matter your color.
That's where Donald Trump comes in, is that you're gonna compete for your business. You
Yeah.
ain't gonna get that up.
Now that
Compete.
8A program that the gentleman was mentioning, now the 8A program, that is a wonderful program for you in 5 years. You can be that program allows you to be in there for 5 years, and if you do good work, a lot of times those are called direct awards. Like they don't have to compete in 8A.
Yeah.
So 8A
Like
gives you a direct award.
And there's one other thing. You can make your contract piggybackable. And if you did that, and you're very smart about how you make the contract piggybackable, you can stop other agencies from having to go out to bid, because there was already a 3-bid process. And since you were the lowest bidder against most of the competition in that area, they can piggyback off an existing contract and buy directly from you without having to go out to request.
I got a story to tell.
But most people don't know that. Go ahead.
I have a story. I apologize to anybody I spoke over, but believe it or not, back in the mid 80s, during the days of baud modems, I remember going online and working for a brother who had an 8A set-aside grant permission. And I used to sell like the weirdest parts of a computer system, like glare screens. You know, back in the days of green and amber lit monitors. I couldn't believe that he actually had a set-aside program to sell them, but he did. And that set-aside program led to me selling like 20-something computers and printers. And just so you know, Macintosh, I sold those devices and services down at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard and the Aviation Supply Office in the Northeast. And what I learned is that the set-aside program provided so much opportunity for our community. The person I worked for was a Black man. I met an Italian procurement officer who greenlit all of those purchases. And between myself and him, we made a lot of money off the military. Those programs are out there, and the 8A program, that set-aside program, is still there. I'm on Google right now looking at it. It's still out there. I had to learn how to just go online, and back in those days, we had 1200 baud modems. There was ways to get online. We had dummy terminals. None of this stuff's new. But that we can teach this to young brothers and sisters, hair products. I never thought about the fact that a military base might need some hair products for Black women. I'm like, word? I never thought about the idea that there might be other provisions that are specific to the demographics that span the gamut of the military. Now, I know this show was on some other stuff about what Donald Trump is doing, and hope he doesn't
we gotta get back online with that. We went way off. I don't know how we went.
Yeah, we all up in the
trying to bring it back.
Yes.
I was trying to bring it back, Fearless. I know that this is way off topic, because I said to y'all the other day, you'll never make it to 100 proclamations and executive orders that Donald Trump did. I said you make it to 50. I think you did 5.
Yeah, I think we covered the major ones, the DEI, things like that. So
but the fact is, that money is out there. Those programs are out there. And you brothers who are talking about how that can happen, bro, you need to do a whole nother show about this for Black men and Black women. No more complaining. Let's just get where we need to get. As I said on the other program with the doctor, when do we set it all aside and stop? Like, I've been traumatized. Let me move on. I think I found a parking space.
You're driving?
No, that's how I say it. Y'all say land a plane.
Okay. Let me read this $10 super chat from Darnell Elliott. He says, there is racism in government contracting. However, Black contractors do have a notorious reputation for not fulfilling contracts, doing bad work, and milking customers.
Not in my day. But
Drew, you wanna chime in on that since you're the procurement officer?
It's just like Black Man Travel says, it happens with white contractors too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can speak to some of the massive waste and fraud that exists. And at epic
waste and
levels.
fraud is always going to happen because, especially in DOD, if you can hear me, there's always going to be waste and fraud because there's new commanders that switch in and out every 2 to 3 years. Every 2 to 3 years.
Corruption.
No, not kickbacks.
No,
not kickbacks, but what happens, I'll tell you one of the biggest ways I always see.
That golden hammer thing went away back in the 90s.
Yeah. One of the biggest waste I see, to be honest with you, is furniture. And you'll see somebody will come in and they'll be like, I hate this desk, get rid of it. And they'll put it out and buy all new furniture. That's the commander's prerogative. They can do that.
That is so deep, Drew. Furniture?
Do contracts get steered? Because I hear there's steered contracts.
Better not. That's illegal.
No,
I know it's illegal
for that.
That's fraudulent.
I know it's illegal, but you can't tell me honestly that it does not still happen.
Like I said,
it does happen. I just want to say it does happen. Under Obama's term, there was a few generals that went to jail. I believe one of them was Kip Ward. He was the first AFRICOM commander. But it is illegal.
Yeah,
but it does happen.
It still happens massively on a massive level.
No,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about the massive part.
There's too many checks and balances
I'm counting
now.
the dollar amount. So
no, but what I'm saying is there's too many checks and balances now since the 90s. And like I said, there was a massive moratorium on purchasing things. And we were actually given bonuses if we can find things that were under contract that was exorbitantly overpriced. We literally got kickbacks for finding those things within our procurement listings. So when we go out to buy something, you see that $150 fucking hammer. There shouldn't be anything but maybe 25.
Wait a minute. What was the story about the guy, fat so-and-so with that with the Navy?
Fat Leonard.
Yeah.
Fat Leonard. Actually, Fat Leonard just got arrested. He just got arrested last year.
Yes.
He was caught in Venezuela.
And he had been running all of them with all that government contracting. The Filipino guy that you about to go to work for, Ronin.
I ain't working for none of them. They can work for me, but I ain't working for none of them.
And he was bribing those admirals and shit. So yes, that shit still goes on.
But that was
That
was like the 90s. That was like the 90s.
That
was 2000.
No, it was when Obama was president. No, it was when Obama was president. It was when Obama was president.
Yeah,
but
it was early 2000s.
But the thing is, Krusty, there is things that go on. That doesn't make it legal. I mean, the guy's arrested.
Right. I'm not saying it's legal.
Can I ask a question real quick of Darnell? Is that you on the 50?
Yes.
That's all I wanted to ask. Say less.
I'm just talking about, like you said, and the reason why there is so much of that occurs is the government contracting process, as you guys all said, is very complicated. You can find it. Y'all say it's easy. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not.
It is.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. All I know
it depends on your level of experience, like I said.
I just know it still keeps happening. So
but,
I'm like,
as for corruption, I mean that there's always going to be people that think they figured the system out.
They figured the system out.
But it always will come back and get you in the smallest. I mean, it'll be something that you just
got a gung-ho accountant that goes back and re-verifies purchases over a period of time, and they get that little nick to say, what the fuck is that? And then all of a sudden they start digging down the rabbit hole and they'll fucking pull out all kind of shit.
The
And
only
you
thing I
always
want
have
to
that
point
well
out,
done
But you know
Lord.
what I like about Thailand, though, gentlemen? You know what I like about Thailand? There's just enough corruption.
okay. The only
And,
reason why I
and every,
point out
and
the
every
corruption,
kingdom needs a little corruption.
the reason why I point out the corruption is that if I can be crooked enough to have
Just
a
enough.
multi-million-dollar corruption ring, I can
Just
also be racist enough to put bias in the system. It'll be much easier for me to put bias and favor white contractors if that's how I feel than it would be for me to steal.
Technically, that's what they're saying with the H-1B1 visa and Elon Musk wanting to get, a certain type of people into the country in order to do something that Americans can do.
Well, Uncle Rico has a point when he said that, because under Bush, that's exactly what was going on. It was no bid contracts during the early days of OIF. It was no bid contracts. What do you think that meant?
No bid for who?
Hey,
No bid for who?
Fearless and
Black
Ronin,
or women?
can you guys give me
No
the
bid
center
for who?
screen one more time?
Yeah. How do we do that?
I got it. Give me a second.
Solo layout?
But I have worked for at least three corrupt contractors that I know of. I worked for three of them.
Yeah,
we can see it. There you go.
Now, this just happened in what?
September.
Last September. Yeah.
2024. See the name?
Yeah.
Washington.
Kayana.
Black lady.
I might know her. I live in Maryland too.
So, like, like sometimes I'm like I said, I'm a nerd like that with some of this stuff. I'll go back and look at the justice files, and I'll see like, okay, this person right here was sentenced for bribery.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
So you can, does it still happen? Yeah, it does happen. And you'll see Sunshine Glenn Dartone Johnson, 50, identified himself as a consultant and was hired, to win bids for the VA transportation contract. So does it happen?
Yes.
Yeah, see, look at this. McCoy paid Johnson a total of $100,000 by placing U.S. currency into a gym locker.
Oh, Lord.
For the Johnson to collect. And see, that's the thing about it. Everybody thinks they're smart, but they're really not that smart.
Correct.
They get caught. Yeah, they get caught. I'm just saying it exists. That's it. I agree with everything y'all said. I'm just saying it exists in the same way they can do the bribery and the corruption, they can put in the biases. And I'm just saying the biases play a part to the disparity. I do agree it goes with the bidding. That might be the number one. And then the competency might be number two. But bias is on that fucking list.
We're talking about things that affect you. Since we keeping, hold on, I want to keep staying on the things that he signed. You're in Thailand, which is one of the worst places for climate and smog and extreme air pollution. How do you guys feel? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. How do you guys feel about Trump getting out of the Paris Accord?
Yeah.
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
So the Paris Accord, not that I have this love affair with the Paris Accord or anything. It's just, at what point, do our allies or even non-allies, any nation that we start a treaty with, it's like our words are starting to become meaningless. And I say that because it's like, why should any other country sign a treaty with me if I just got to wait 4 years and the next guy is just going, no, we're not going to be in the treaty. It null and void the treaty. Why? And I do have concerns about that. But for the record, Trump is not the first one to pull that. Bush did the same. It's been going on for probably 100 years at least, but more recently, Bush did that when Clinton got us in the Kyoto Treaty. Bush said, no, we're not going to do this, and pulled us out of the Kyoto Treaty. This is the second time Trump has actually pulled us out of the Paris Treaty. Second time.
By the way, the reason I pulled this screen up real quick is because I did a comparison between what was in Project 2025 compared to what Donald Trump has signed in executive orders. So each time you see one of these, it'll show you whether it was spoken about within Project 2025 and whether that executive order was written in that way. So this particular order that was signed was also listed in one of the things that needed to be changed within the Project 2025. So
which suggests that Trump, he knew about 2025.
Oh, absolutely. He was in denial the whole time. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
But
that's kind of scary.
My question is what's the benefit of us pulling out of the climate? I can see what the deficit is. I don't see how we're already producing record oil energy. That's going to continue on anyway. And we were doing it while we were in it.
Y'all all need to go and watch the series Landman. It'll open your eyes.
So I'm saying we were producing and drilling for oil in the agreement. I thought the whole point of him getting out of it was so he thought that car manufacturers would go back to making more combustion engine cars. And I'm like, that's not going to happen anyway, because the American consumer market, we're slowly gravitating towards EVs anyway.
That's only because there was an international or there was a national law that said by 2035 that the emissions levels had to be brought down, and that was the way to do it.
I know I agree with that was what the initiation was, but I'm like, the way that the world is going now, we're globally connected. I'm like, I think everybody wants a fucking EV anyway, because you don't have to buy gas.
I don't.
I don't either. The issue with the EVs is the range. They haven't figured the batteries, the range.
Right, which I would figure at some
Where are you going, Drew?
I'm figuring where we're going is that
where the hell are you going?
In another 10 years, an EV range might be 1,000 miles. There'll be a ton of EV stations all over America. And then it would just make more sense to have an EV. They're making them self-driving and all this other jets and shit that they're not doing with combustion engine. So yeah, Ronin, me and you be the only two old dogs with a combustion engine. But I see the society starting to say, where I live, everybody got a fucking Tesla. Everybody does. And if they don't have a Tesla, they have some other sort of electronic vehicle.
Yep.
Because that's just where we're going.
I keep an old car for a reason, because I want to be able to work on it. I don't want to have to take it into a mechanic shop to fix on a car that
I mean, when they started making electronic pickup trucks, I'm like, it's over. It's over. They got electronic Mustangs, pickup trucks. That's just what we're doing.
But the thing is with the batteries, the batteries last about 10 years, and then what do you do with the wasted battery? Because now you got to deal with
for Darnell.
Gas consumption.
You have to do.
Hold on, Richard.
Transmission only lasts 10 years.
No, transmission can. No. That's the warranty. You're talking about the warranty. The warranty lasts 10 years, but the transmission.
I'm talking about modern cars.
I got a 2002 Chevy Avalanche.
Yeah, but it's planned obsolescence, meaning that now there are electric cars. Transmissions are only going to last. Engines are only going to last 10 years.
But
no, sir.
Hold on, real quick. A lot of these engines they call them sealed, and they're sealed for a reason, because they're saying the oils and the things that are in them can last that period of time without having
how much it costs to replace an engine.
But but the whole thing is, once you crack that engine, it should be able to be repaired. You're not going to throw an engine away over 10 years.
Yeah,
but that's the manufacturer building it in. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Why I keep an older car. Listen, I keep an older car because I want to be able to work on it. I don't want a sealed engine for 10 to 15 years where I got to pay somebody to goddamn crack the engine to do a regular maintenance on an engine that ain't fucking fucked up. It just needs them to crack the goddamn seal on it. That don't make any goddamn sense.
You're missing the point of the overall value of gas to electric.
Right.
Electric is it is cleaner for the air, but set that aside. The costs are 10% of gas.
Go watch
What
Slam.
you would spend 10 years in gasoline as to what you would spend on electric is 10%.
It doesn't make any sense to
Just
do it.
economically, electric vehicles make more sense in the long run.
I mean,
Rico,
everything is electric. They're moving towards electric. I get on my elevator, there's a flat screen promoting electric. I see electric cars. I damn near get run over by electric bikes in Thailand. Yeah. Everybody doing it except y'all in the States.
No, but here's the thing. But here's the thing. Is that when you deal with a combustion engine, you follow the manual, you take good care of it. I mean, that thing can last 20 years. Seriously, it can.
Not no more, Donnell. Not no more.
Yes, it can. I got a 2002 Avalanche. I can cam up, show you my 2002 Avalanche and 2007 Ford Focus.
We're talking about 2022.
Listen, Darnell.
I'm not own a car for 2022, 10 years.
But what I will.
But Darnell,
let's stay on climate change. Hold on. Let's not talk about engines. Let's stay on climate change.
But I'm not arguing about how long it lasts. I'm saying economically, the cost for a electric vehicle is substantially cheaper than it is for a combustion engine.
Okay, but now
50 years, the electric
Rico
costs you less.
No, sir. If the battery doesn't last 50 years, you know how much it costs to replace a battery in an electric vehicle?
But over time, Donnell, the cost of batteries, just like cell phones, when the big flat screen TV, when they first came out, I remember a 75-inch was $10,000. Now you get it for about $700. Over the
how much
years,
was the VCR back then?
Right. I can't even remember. But over the years, I'm saying they will drive the cost of the batteries down, the life of them longer.
But that's only if you force everybody to buy the automobile and those type of batteries. But if the Paris Accord or Climate Accord has been broken, the mandatory nature of vehicles needing to be hybrid or electric by 2035 is not forced.
Sure.
You can't force people to go and get an electric vehicle. Therefore, the batteries and everything are going to drop down.
You're wrong,
because
quantity.
Can I finish my statement? Because the quantity of availability of people wanting to buy one will go down. And then the way they will force them to do it is they'll lower the price of the vehicle to try to get them to include the hybrid part or the battery part of an engine to keep them encouraged to stay in that. Because here's the biggest thing I was going to say with this whole signing. He pissed off a lot of companies that were already 100% committed, including Elon Musk.
Yes.
Because when you sign that, you don't force people to have to buy electric vehicles anymore. So why did he just build a whole big old battery power plant in order to not only do the electric cars, but the solar panels and everything else that Elon Musk is doing? He just built a big lithium ion plant right here in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah.
So when you start cutting out the climate agreement and saying there's no such thing as global warming, you just went against one of your oligarchs that just backed you in your presidential run. You think that dude is happy right now?
No, but the trend is not going to go in reverse. It's going to continue going towards electric vehicles. It may go a little slower, but it's going to continue.
But yeah, it's still go that way.
We will continue to trend towards.
So they come up with fusion engines, and then they're still going to get rid of those batteries.
So if that's the case, we're still going to electric. What was the benefit of us getting out of the climate accord? None. That's all I'm saying. There's no benefit to that executive order.
I think we spent like $1 trillion. We built a lot of money in
brilliant point, Rico. Brilliant
point. The executive
bro.
order actually says they got out of it because of, I guess, the way they handled the COVID-19 pandemic.
What
Drew, the hell? I mean, I'm going to assume you voted for Donald Trump, brother. I don't get that
you would be making and I guess that old saying is you make an ass out of you, right?
Right. And I am subject to that and vulnerable to that. But brother, come on, are you serious?
What I'm just reading what it says. It says Monday's order said the U.S. will withdraw due to the organization's mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic and other global health crises.
So him pulling out of that. I used to live in LA. I moved from LA to Thailand, right? We've
Brother,
even
how
had
can you stand all that smog in Thailand? Don't they do burning fields there every year?
well, I'm not in Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai. I'm down by Chonburi. So no, I'm by
You
the
don't get any of
beach.
that smoke?
No,
Oh, okay.
not at all. Other than the smoke, I choose to smoke. But no, when you look at the fact that I used to live in LA, in Los Angeles, I used to live in 3 different places where that fire burned. I was long gone, don't get me wrong. I didn't have to evacuate. But are you telling me that the idea that Donald Trump would pull out of an Accord? Now, maybe you thinking a Honda Accord, but I'm talking about an agreement, an accord that would say that climate change isn't happening?
He doesn't believe in it.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
don't
know
know,
that?
brother.
Donald Trump does
The
not
one
believe
thing I
in
think that we
climate
really
change.
So I made an ass of myself and said that Drew probably voted for Trump.
Yeah,
I made an ass
think
of
that
myself.
I think that
I'm
one
gonna
thing that
own
we
it.
have to always keep in mind with these executive orders is that they are just executive orders and they can be rescinded later on down the
Brilliant
line.
point, my brother. Brilliant point. Brilliant point, Drew. Brilliant.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that is that why should anyone take us seriously anymore? Remember, we're the leaders of the free world. Actually, we're the leaders of
no one
the
takes
world.
you seriously anymore. No one takes America. That's why I'm in Thailand. I meet people from all around the globe. No one takes y'all seriously anymore.
So
I bet if those Navy ships pull up and those F-150s pull up over there, they'll take them real serious.
My thing is, you're over there saying that, but yet and still we have agreements to protect them right along with a whole bunch
I'm over
of
here
other
talking
people
shit.
over there.
Yeah, what?
But here's
Yeah,
the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Why are all the countries and banks coming over here pledging over $150 billion because Trump is in office? You think that's going to stop?
Let me ask y'all a question though, because like you said, Fearless, the whole with the climate change thing, and I'm wondering like, what was the point of that? I asked myself, what the fuck is the point of changing it to the Gulf of America?
Because he's all right. I'll tell you. I won't say why. I'll just kind of
give me
go
the
here.
reason why that shit.
All right, I'll tell you the
had to be
reason
done.
why. The reason would be is he
Come
wants to go
on,
with
Fearless.
American first. He wants to go with America first. He wants to have this impression that America's strength is there. And as a marketer, and that's what he does, when you start putting those things out there, it makes people say, man, I'm patriotic. I'm this. Yes, America, America.
Fearless.
That's what happens.
Why that's idiotic to me is that if I put a map up and removed all the names, 95% of America couldn't point to the fucking Gulf.
Wouldn't even know what city they're in.
I'm just sitting there saying, and that's I hate to say it, is when you change the name of something, that's probably like a $50 million project because they got to change the names of every fucking where in America that shit
All
says
the maps.
Mexico. All the maps, all the signs, all the everything. For what?
Yeah.
They do
I
that.
don't get that he changed it.
But they do that. Hold up. You act like
how
that's
much of your eggs, like these Americans that are on the panel with us, how much are your eggs now?
How much are your what?
Oh, shit.
Eggs.
Almost $7, close to $8.
Mine's $5.
Are you in America, Rico? Are you in America now?
Yeah.
No, hold up. But that has nothing to do with anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
It has everything to do with eating.
Tell me why the eggs are up then. You tell me why the eggs prices are up. Then I'll tell you why.
I'd like to respond to that after.
Well, can I respond? I'm asking him a question. Why y'all keep jumping in? Why are the egg prices high? I'm asking him a question, brother.
Here's an easy
why are the
path.
egg prices?
I can answer that.
I know you can answer it, Darnell. I'm not asking you, man.
We're asking Richard, who's not in the country, that wants to bring it up. That's why we're asking Richard. So wait a
Ronin,
minute.
I'm gonna kick the pass to you at the key. You take the shot.
I'm not taking
I
no
don't
shot.
know
You're
why
gonna
eggs
answer
is
the
so
question.
expensive.
Then how you gonna say something? Then why are you saying something that you have nothing to know about, but you're saying, oh, that could be an expensive reason why?
Well, eggs are $9, right?
But
I can tell you why.
Darnell, since he wanted to go, I'll let Darnell start and see if he states why.
I'm your point guard. I'll kick you to pass. Who's going to take the pass?
Darnell said he wanted to go, and if he doesn't go,
Darnell, I'm kicking you
take
the pass at the top of the key.
I'll take the rock. All right, so the reason the eggs are expensive, everything's gone up due to feed, right? Feed for the chickens.
A little bit incorrect.
Gone up.
Go ahead. That's not what happened.
Okay.
So I'm gonna help you out a little bit.
Okay.
As before, when it was meat, we had what they call the bird flu. There's the avian bird flu.
I wasn't finished. I was going to bring that up, but
please allow
thank
me
you
to
for
finish.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what happened is when the birds over here, we got avian flu, and we had to kill millions and millions of birds. And when you kill millions of birds so that this flu doesn't spread, that means you have less birds producing eggs. Has nothing to do with the price of anything.
Fearless.
It has to do that there was a virus.
That's the obvious, bro.
Fearless.
Please allow Darnell to continue.
Fearless, we have had to kill birds going on since I was a child. Every time avian flu has happened, so it's been happening for at least 30 years.
It's called culling.
Culling, yes, culling chickens. Yeah, exactly. But what I wanted to say is that yes, the price of feed has gone up. You also had governments, you had huge amounts of government spending, literally COVID had happened. The government, they just gave us more money. Spending, everything has gone up. It's not just the price of chickens, but chickens have gone up, beef has also gone up. Fish has gone up. I mean, I was buying Alaskan king crab legs. I used to buy them prior to the pandemic. I used to buy them at $20, a pound. Now, Alaskan king crab legs, I'm lucky to get them on sale at $40 a pound. But you also have what is it called? The interest rates, okay, about loaning money. We had a low interest rate. We had a low interest rate for the longest time. They lowered the interest rate down to 0. So there's a lot of things, and you also have what is called speculative traders. Okay, you have everything's on the futures market. There's chickens, corn, beef, you name it. Wheat, you name it. But the war in Ukraine, that also drove up the prices. When grain, I'm gonna be honest with you, grain controls everything. It does.
Say that again.
And guess grain controls everything. And guess where 20% of the grain is grown in the world?
I guess it was in Ukraine, but
Ukraine and Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And they're at war right now. We also got Russian sanctions. So that's driven the prices of everything up. Basically, we are everything we're doing is counterproductive.
Well, we didn't start the war; they started that. But there's reasons why when you say that, Richard. So one thing has an effect on the other. So you can't just say, "Oh, the prices of eggs are expensive here." There's things that are a lot less. I know if I wanted to eat bad and go to McDonald's, I could still get me something on the dollar menu where I'm paying $10 over there. So it's all relevant.
So what's another executive order we can talk about?
Well, let's go.
Curtis Mayfield said, "The price of the beef is higher than the dope in the street." What do you got on that?
I love Curtis Mayfield.
What about this? Let's do it this: the reinstatement of the remain in Mexico. I think that what happened was Biden to overturn that, where he was allowing people to come over to the United States, go through our civil protection to get migrated in, give them a court case for later on, whenever that later time was, for them to come back to court and then see if they could pass through immigration.
I've got so much to say about that. I'm gonna, if I can throw a flashbang in the room. Them Mexican dudes are tough, bro. Them Mexican dudes are tough. They're not just gonna walk away from your military, your police, your National Guard. They're not. Those are cartels. I know that America has sicarios as well, but they've been
what has changed?
Wait. If I could just finish, I'll shut the fuck up in a minute. But they are not going to walk away from that fight. They're just not. I lived in Los Angeles for 25 years. I understand how tough Latinos are. I understand how nationalistic they are. I understand the fact that they already know that LA is their land. And you're telling me you're going to send them back where? I'm curious.
Look at the screen and look at the screen what I just highlighted.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Signed an executive order designating specific drug cartels
as foreign terrorists. And you know what we do with terrorists?
You think they don't got... Wait. I'm just curious. I'm going to shut the fuck up in a minute. You think they don't got rocket launchers?
What's that going to do with a war? Here's one thing you don't understand.
Tell me something I don't
understand. All right, I'm going to let you understand this. Do you remember that there was a black couple that was, it was three of them or four of them. They were on the Mexican border. They were going over there for like some kind of surgery. They got caught in some kind of, they got caught in crossfire, right? What was the first thing that cartel said? It wasn't us.
It wasn't us.
We will actually bring you the people responsible for it.
Yep.
Let me ask you, why do you talk about these rocket launchers and all this? Why would the cartel say, look, it's not us. We're going to bring you the people. Because why would they say that, Richard?
It's one example.
Why would they say that? You're not. Why don't you answer the question, man? Why would they say that?
Okay, so I'm not sure how to answer the question. Let me be honest with you, but I'll say this to you. We're not talking about, hey, some cartel members injured some people from America. We're talking about, hey, you're coming to Mexico and you're telling us what to do about this dope money? Are you serious about that dope money?
You know why? So first, let me answer the first question.
Everything
does not trump everything. So let me answer the first question for you. The first question is, why would they say that? Because they don't want any problem with the United States. They know that no matter where. Here's the thing: no matter where
they all up in your cities,
no matter where we are in the world, the United States will go anywhere to get your ass. It don't matter. We go to any country to pick you up and kill you. When Noriega and all of that, we went to that country and took a president. What you saying? We can't take nobody else. We don't care. So they don't want that. They understand that there's a certain line that they cannot cross, and we will go after them. Number two, I don't care how much drug money you got. The money that we give to Mexico through trade trumps that entirely. So if we say, you know what? No problem. We'll cut all this off if you don't want to do it. That is why when we said we'll build the wall and you can't come over and we're going to do this, Mexico straightened up entirely, because no matter how much drug money you bring over here, that trumps all the industry and business that we provide Mexico.
Well, Fearless, let me give you a little bit of pushback. We tried to kill Castro many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
If I can add something, let me say.
Hold up. Hold up. Here's the thing. How did we really try? We did it secretly. At any time, we can just bomb. We could have bombed Cuba and took him out at any time. We tried to do something diplomatically.
No, we used the CIA, which was in its infancy at the time.
All right. Do you think if we wanted to kill somebody over there now, we couldn't?
No,
probably
you couldn't. No, you couldn't.
Man, let me tell you something. I'm gonna have to mute you real quick, Richard, because I think you've been drinking.
I apologize. Please.
I was gonna say this. I can't stand Trump. This is the only executive order he signed that I don't have any initial pushback on, because The policy he's stipulating, he's just simply putting back in the policy that he had in when he was the president before, which was called a Remain in Mexico policy. So asylum seekers come through the southern border. They come up through Mexico. They get to the border down there in Texas, California, whatever. They want to be let in. In the past, not just Democrat, but Democrat, Republican, whatever, when someone made an asylum claim, you usually let them in, and it was called catch and release. You caught them illegally, you release them. As you said, you hope they came back. Why we got 11, 12, however many millions undocumented people in America, they didn't show up. They said, fuck it, I'm in here now, right? We know that. So Trump put in a policy, and he did it. I think it was called Title 42. He did it because COVID gave him the opportunity to say it was a national emergency because of health. We ain't let none of you motherfuckers in. So we'll process your claim, but we'll process your claim while you're outside of the country. So when we deny most of you motherfuckers, you never got in. So he's going back to that. That's for the people that's not already in the U.S. So they're not in the U.S. I can't cry about that. Okay, fuck it. Most of y'all ain't getting in. I'm telling you. But I think that's different from the deportation, which is where you got people in the country. Right. I'm fine with them deporting them if they're illegal, especially if they committed a crime, whatever. But I'm not fine with the U.S. military going into our cities because that's not what they're trained for. If it's the police, SWAT, National Guard, I don't give a damn. I do not want to see the Army in any American cities going after cartel, no fucking body. Them punk
Unfortunately, let me make a statement, please. Unfortunately, because he declared the cartel as a terrorist organization, let me go along with what's being said here. Project 2025 calls for a robust measure against transnational criminal organizations. What does that mean? So the cartels are now earmarked as terrorists. There's a whole different operational protocol when you deal with terrorists. Now it stops being law enforcement and becomes a governmental issue, which can implement and utilize military equipment, arsenals, and all the equipment to forbear on these organizations at this point. Meaning if they want to drop a bomb on their ass and don't have to answer any questions, they've already been declared a national risk when it comes to the federal government, and they can do whatever the fuck they have to do in order to wipe the planet with these guys.
What is
I think old Krusty is talking about in the United States.
On the United States.
Right. Not outside of the United States.
What I'm saying is outside. Hold on. Yes, what I'm talking about is outside the United States.
Oh, yeah.
So these organizations, why they were fearful, what Fearless was trying to say is why they were fearful is because, one, they didn't want the DEA and everybody else all up their fucking business, all up in their fucking weeds, trying to pull out whoever the hell killed those people. That's why they actually tied up the 5 individuals in Mexico, brought them to the border, and I think they were already executed or ready to go. They were beat the fuck up for the ones that were responsible for that one abduction. Now, you got a whole federal government saying that they will wipe the planet, meaning all the government all the cartels from Colombia, Mexico, and any other country that is in South America and Central America are now put on notice. If you do anything to an American citizen and we sniff you out, you're getting fucked up.
My only exception is no military in the U.S.
It shouldn't be, but unfortunately, I think that line's going to get crossed too.
I'm like FBI. That's what we
and
got.
Rico,
FBI.
aren't you retired military, Rico?
I'm not retired, but yes, I'm former military. I'm a veteran.
Oh shit! You still in the battle? What you mean you're not retired?
I didn't retire. I didn't retire from the military.
Yeah,
I was in the military. I got out. That's what I meant. So
that's my point. You're all retired.
FBI, National Guard, police. We got plenty enough for them, and do whatever you have to do to get them. That's fine in the U.S. Outside the U.S., I don't give a damn what y'all do. I mean,
Can I speak to that though?
But I do care, but I understand the difference between you can't do that to U.S. citizens.
Well, there is a precedence for it. Eisenhower deployed federal troops during when they desegregated the schools. Kennedy did the same
that was
thing.
National Guard. National Guard.
It doesn't matter. They're still military. They were still federalized.
National Guard is for that.
No, that wasn't National Guard. That
Y'all
was
need to stop that with the National Guard.
Yeah, no. And yes.
the 82nd.
Yeah, it was the 82nd Airborne, which is an active duty unit.
It's an active duty unit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did not deploy because the governors will deploy the National Guard. The president has no control over that. Even when National Guards go to war, they're on loan from the government, from the states.
The National Guard's a militia.
Yeah, basically. So when they're federal, the federal government has the right and the ability to nationalize the National Guard.
No, they don't.
All right. Yes, they do. They do because they pay 80% of the National Guard's budget. That's the reason it's there. I believe it was Minnesota that during the early days of OIF, Minnesota said we're not going to send our we're not going to let you use our National Guard.
The federal
and
government pays.
And Bush, yes, they pay 80% of the National Guard's funding. And
You got some of that
Bush,
money? I know
and
you're
Bush.
I'm gonna look that up. I believe each state
Man, Darnell got rich off.
National Guard.
They fund a portion of it, but the federal government funds 80% of the National Guard. And
nope, I'm looking at it now. The federal government pays for the National Guard, including the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard, the National Guard Reserve. So that is done by the federal government.
Yeah. May I share with you an event that I experienced in Philadelphia while visiting my mother?
Does it correlate with the current topic? Please.
Yes. Yes. The MOVE organization.
You're not going to hold that grenade too long.
All right, bet. I know it blew up in my hand a couple times.
A lot of
the
times.
MOVE organization, a couple times. The MOVE organization took a stance against Philadelphia police.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah.
And 13 people were burned to death.
They literally dropped a bomb on the building.
That part. So when you talk about the concept of what America can do to us, FADOS, it's a whole nother element. And some of these topics become this whole, place where we talk about what happens in America. But when you drill down to what happens to us, it becomes a whole nother conversation.
Right.
So respect to everybody.
I want to introduce this last topic before we end it, because we're already at 3 hours and 24 minutes. How do you guys feel about the withdrawal from the World Health Organization? Once it's in line with Project 25, it's in line with the Project 2025 plan that we talked about. Now, President Trump resigns the executive order withdrawing the United States from WHO, citing concerns over its handling of its global health issues. Basically, he's talking about the pandemic. So how do you guys feel about him withdrawing us from the World Health Organization and the information that's shared between our organization here and the World Health Organization? I
think that puts us at risk for that reason, because of the fact that in the World Health Organization, it's not like it was America only. That's where I think he took America first to America only. The World Health Organization. I mean, remember, people may not remember this, but it was about 10 years ago, fucking Ebola had got into America. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, it made it.
Yes.
I think 4 or 5 people got it.
Exactly. It wasn't a lot, but it was like, so we had that fucking scare. And we had to rely on doctors and so on and so forth, WHO to trace where it came from, to find patient zero, how it was transmitted, what countries it came from. So you could do precautions to prevent the spread and to stop the shit. That's what happens when you take an arrogant standpoint. I get his whole America first thing. I'm not knocking that. But we will need fucking allies. And science is science. Science don't have no borders, and it doesn't give a fuck about the American flag. So that.
But old Krusty, here goes the problem. I think.
Go ahead.
When the COVID virus came out, they wanted to question and say, where did it come from? All of this. And it seemed that the World Health Organization was biased and could not admit, would not say, would not even implement China or Wuhan or any of that in it. And then it became, hold up, are these people paying you? Why is there a bias like that? And so it became more economical than science.
Okay.
And another part is the United States plays in everything. We pay a disproportionate amount into that organization. And it's like, why are we paying for something? We're paying the majority. And when we want to know the truth, we get lied to about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, why do that when we can just do our own?
Now that's
they weren't forthcoming
Okay.
when it came to the COVID.
That was something I was going to bring up, the exorbitant cost that we spend in the World Health Organization to support it, which we do that in NATO and everything else. We overspend in everything, yet and still we're also the ones that put our women and our children in harm's way to protect other cultures with the least amount of appreciation. Everybody wants to throw fucking stones at us, but yet and still we spend and risk more of our people globally than any other culture, any other place, but yet and still we get no fair treatment.
Let me read this to you, and I'll read this to you and you'll get an understanding. Okay. In addition, the WHO continues to demand unfairly erroneous payments from the United States, far out of proportion with other countries assessed. China, with a population of 1.4 billion people, has 300% of the population of the United States, yet the United States pays 90%.
Patricia, you're the shining house at the top of the hill.
Well,
stop this.
Hold up. Didn't you just say America ain't shit and we're falling behind?
Hold on.
No, I was saying we're the shining house at the top of the hill.
But wait a minute. My bigger pushback would be this.
That's that pimp talk. You're the shining house at the top of the hill. Now you don't want to own it. Things really change.
But let Krusty go. Go, Krusty.
My only pushback would be I absolutely agree with the disproportionate bill. I'm like, fight back on that. And I would say that, look, if I have to pay a higher proportion of the bill, then I want American scientists to be in charge of the shit. Same way with NATO. If we're paying more for NATO, we need to have more say. I'm with you on that, Donald. I'm with you on that. My only problem is we didn't say that. We said we're going to pull out, and that's fine. Now we don't have to pay nothing. But
it's
now
called leverage and negotiating power. He'll go back in after they get the act right. So he uses things as leverage.
Hey, Krusty, you know how many times I told a girl I was going to pull out?
Okay. But even if he get that leverage,
you really drunk right now.
What I'm saying is the risk is,
I'm sorry, Ronin.
It is, do we go back in 2026, 2027, 2028? But what the problem is, the next disease or pandemic is not going to wait while we negotiate. Some shit might pop off next month, start spreading around the world, and now we're the most uninformed because we're not paying, but we don't know shit. Same way
we creating the virus. We create the virus. It ain't even about being less formed. We still do all the research anyway. So basically, people get their information and technology from us. We really don't get it from them.
But
we didn't make COVID.
Who you think paid for COVID? Who you think paid for COVID?
The vaccine was I'll tell you, the vaccine are split between England and America. The two major pharmaceutical organizations
I work for one
in England and in America.
I work for one of them.
Yes,
I work for the one in England.
Right.
And if it wasn't for this money, none of that would have been done.
And it was also made in China as well.
And the China one wasn't as good. And the China one wasn't as good.
So what I'm saying is,
and with all your money,
we're the ones that came up with the vaccine. We're the ones that already had the vaccine made.
But the only thing I'm pointing out is this, gentlemen, is that if we're not in it, then we don't have access or we don't have knowledge of it. And I'm saying, like when COVID happened, this is what I'm saying is that we funded it, But COVID would have happened whether we funded it or they funded it themselves. They was experimenting with the wet shit. It was going to get made, and we would have been late to know about it. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying there's a lot of nasty diseases that's going on around the world now that if we're out of who, we don't fucking know about. Like I said, Ebola, COVID. I don't know what the fuck else is coming up. That's what I don't.
Okay, but hold on. But hold on. This is the problem. Then we were the only ones. Well, I would say we're the only ones. We were the main ones reporting our cases. You had China and a lot of the countries not reporting their numbers to the WA. To telling the truth about how many. And then we looked like we had the most cases. And then it was portrayed like we were the sick ones. When you had China had all these sick people they never reported, and these other countries never reported their cases. So they didn't help in the research. So why we need to be a part of something that's not helping us? This is the whole point, man. We do this all over the world. Like other people talk. We build bases all over the world, and then they talk about us. In these same countries, they talk. Some of these countries, they talk about us. Like we're not the reason why, they're safe. And I'm just telling you, man, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired of it. I like what Trump said. You need to pay us for your security. I agree with that.
Well, Mercy. Here's what how I would like to respond to that is that viruses, diseases, they know no borders. They know no countries. They don't care. They're living. They're living things that just want to reproduce. That's exactly. That's it. So pulling us out,
Darnell. I'm so glad you're saying that because that's one thing I learned over here, bro.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't. I mean, I spent many years in Iraq and Afghanistan, and believe me when I say I have seen viruses spread. It just doesn't care. Don't
patch on your jacket. Don't curve.
It doesn't care. It just spreads. And when we pull out, Rico has a point that viruses are going to spread, and eventually it will get here. And I have a newsflash for you, gentlemen. Vaccines are not there is not a vaccine that is 100% effective. And viruses adapt. Remember, they're living things. They adapt and will overcome.
And you know what? Virus don't give a fuck if you pay the most or the
Let me
least.
give you a different perspective.
Okay.
You're talking about Donald Trump here. The art of the deal is something he projects all the time. He will take something away to leverage it to give it back later in order to take advantage of a situation. So while he might say, I'm pulling out a World Health Organization, he wants something in exchange to come back in. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's going to level the playing field as far as contributions from other countries before he comes back in. He wants everybody to pay their fair share, whether it be by population balance or whatever. He's not willing anymore to overpay American dollars in any organization where we have been taken advantage of for generations at this point now. We are overly paying for a lot of different things to support a lot of different governments that do not appreciate it.
Yes.
So now we have to circle the wagons again, America first. Why are we in debt trillions of dollars, expending money for other organizations and other countries to benefit from while we're sitting here hurting ourselves to do it? So what he's saying is, I'm going to pull out of these organizations, wait for them to wake up to understand that when they miss us enough and see how much we contribute, when they call us up and say, we want you to come back, I now have a leverage point of saying, I'll come back based on these premises and we can be happy again, all one happy family. It's a leverage deal type of situation. He's not.
So, Ronin,
it can't work.
I just actually ran
He's
some
not
numbers.
going to work. Listen, let me finish. He's not going to say it out loud for everybody else to understand why he's doing it. He's going to have a staunch appearance of saying, I'm pulling out of all this bullshit. And now when everybody begs him to come back, he'll use it as a leverage point. I work deals all the time.
Hey,
Stop it.
let me say this, that I just ran some numbers here. I wanted to see how much we actually contribute. And it says from 2020 to 2021, the United States contributed $553 million to the WHO. And I wanted to look at how much China, because they have 1 billion Chinese, right? They should contribute more than us. They only contributed 86 million. So I wanted to see what India contributed, because there's 1 billion Indians out there, 23 million. And I said, well, who's one of our allies who would contribute a lot? I said, United Kingdom. United Kingdom only contributed 133 million. So United States has contributed the most. 500 million over.
But there's a problem. But see, here's the thing: is that you have to understand when. Are you familiar with the Bretton Woods Accord?
No, I'm not.
The Bretton Woods Accord was the old standard before the dollar index, or what we're on now, basically known as fiat currency. Basically, we have almost no choice but to run deficits, spend money, because everyone's on the U.S. dollar. We have to promote, or excuse me, we have to send out enough U.S. dollars to basically keep the world functioning.
Right.
It's a rather sad affair, really, when you think about it. In other words, we have to run deficits. We have to spend money, run deficits. I swear to God, I hate it. But if you guys don't believe me, and I'll be honest with you, I stumbled upon this research when I was listening to Obstacles, and basically John Maynard Keynes. Look up John Maynard Keynes.
Can we get to the point? Get to the point, because I want to circumvent everything you're saying, but I need you to get to the point. Land the plane. You're going there. Why? What does that have to do with leveraging? What does that have to do with leveraging our ability to pay into an organization and support the global fucking pandemic?
Ronin, I'll answer it as this: if you believe, you got to understand the history of President Trump. Okay, if you believe that man is doing something that makes money, then I'm sorry, you're wrong. You know, that guy has a history.
Made money.
That guy has a history. But here's the thing: he has a history of defaulting on debt. He has a history of getting himself into debt and defaulting. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
You were not thinking. Stop. You're not thinking. That's not what I said. I said we are overspending in these organizations. He just said over $500 billion we contribute to this organization annually, way above the next closest person that spends what, 53 billion maybe? So we're spending 10 times the amount to support a global organization that doesn't really do much for us, but we contribute a hell of a lot on a global scale to everybody else's benefit. So what Donald Trump is doing,
Ronin,
let me finish.
It is.
Let me
sir,
finish.
go ahead.
So
go ahead.
If he stops contributing, they'll wake up and say, I need you to come back in. We need your assistance. We admit this. Okay, fine. We'll come back in at 100 billion. You get all your other people to step up and contribute more. That's all he's saying. He's not trying to work a deal where we're making money. He's just trying to stop the bleeding of how much money we have to reprint. Like you said, we're in debt and we have to keep on printing money to support all these global organizations unnecessarily so.
Ronin, here's what I'm going to. Well, I apologize. I apologize for cutting you off, Fearless. But I just have to respond. Basically, you don't, Ronin. What you're talking about is going to Vegas with people's lives, and eventually those viruses, they will. If you don't, if you stop doing what you're doing, those viruses will hit here.
But there's no current virus out there right now that we have to worry about or concern ourselves about. So if he does it now, and
you're wrong.
There is
you're wrong. There's several viruses.
1 second. What is it that he won't be doing? Darnell? What is it that he won't be doing? If we leave, what is it that we won't be doing? We're going to stop research.
This money into researching.
Hold up. So if we're
ways of dealing with these viruses, coming up with
if we're spending 90% of the money, we're doing 90% of the research. What is it that we won't be doing? We're doing the research anyway.
You won't be defeating the viruses.
How won't we be defeating the virus?
Yeah, because viruses are a living thing.
We understand that, but we have the same information as them right now.
Yes, we're just
they don't have any
money
advantage. They don't have any
right now,
advantage on us right now.
But
so
it changes.
Why right now, when we are on a level playing field, where we all have the same exposure to whatever viruses are out there, and any workaround that we're working on or trying to develop whatever cure for these current viruses that everybody has the same information on, why is this not a good time to renegotiate the deal when everybody's on a level playing field, rather than wait until there's a fucking emergency and we actually do need their help and try to work the deal then?
But he still hasn't answered my question.
It's not about working.
Money, we're doing all the research. So let's just take COVID when it happened. China didn't want to admit anything. It was us. It was like, hold up, there's something going on here. There's something. We did all of the research anyway. So what is it that we lose by not being there?
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
Well, a couple of things you guys are leaving out. And I heard, and Drew, you're absolutely right. China has over 1 billion people. India has over 1 billion people. But what we're also overlooking is that the overwhelming population in those countries are pretty poverty stricken. So yes, both countries has millionaires and billionaires, but proportionally, the U.S. is a far vastly superior, more enriched country than both of them fucking combined. Okay. Now, what both of those countries have over us, they got more people than money. So what will happen is, how will they fight a virus? They'll throw bodies at it. We can't afford to. So there is truth in like what Darnell is saying. And I say again, the virus has no borders. The viruses don't care. They don't care who paid. They don't care who did. They're going to come through and they're going to kill every fucking body.
But
yes,
hold up. But help me out. Help me. I know what you're going, but just help me understand this. Let's just say there's a virus there.
Yes.
We don't spend
or virus here. It could start here.
Let's say we don't spend any money with the World Health Organization.
Nobody does, right?
And then what we do is once we find out there is a virus, the same process starts.
Right. So here's the deal. Okay.
So why do we have to give them money to do the same thing we were going to do anyway?
There's no WHO. There's no World Health Organization.
All right.
Don't exist. So a virus can start anywhere among any people in any country. Viruses spread typically from people to people, sometimes from animals. And if you can't contain
mad cow disease,
and if you can't contain it and keep it on your land, it will spread around the world and just continue to infect people. Hopefully not kill them, but most viruses do mutate to that. What WHO supposedly is an organization that's out there to try to get in front of viruses, to try to find them, to try to contain them, to create vaccines, to try to prevent the spread, to educate them. Because you know what? We're better protected if we teach all them. I don't want to be offensive. People in China and India who have very bad habits, which those are fucking incubators for diseases. Diseases crop up in those fucking countries all the fucking time. And we know why. Not good hand washing, not good hygiene, shitting in the street, whatever the case may be. Even where Richard was in Thailand. I don't even talk about that dirty ass river. People drinking contaminated water, so on and so forth. It is actually a benefit to us. I get the money amount. It is a benefit for us to try to keep those diseases where they are. They just did. Because if it gets here, if it gets to America, we're pretty fucked, which is why we did so much to try to keep it out of the country. But you see how hard it is. So that's why I say the loss of us being in a WHO, it takes away our leverage to be able to have the ability. I think China did fuck us by not sharing the information. I don't think that's what usually happens. China fucked us. That's not what usually happens. But if we're out of it, China won't have to fuck us. We're not in it. So the next COVID-2 or whatever the fuck else, the Kung Flu or whatever gets created, if we're not in WHO or the Ebola or whatever else, those people don't have to share with us. They may and they may not. That's what I'm saying.
They probably won't. I mean, if anybody remembers if anybody remembers about 20 years ago, there was SARS. Bush closed down the borders and it prevented the spread here in the States. But I just wanted to say this about Ebola. The thing is with Ebola, the problem with Ebola and the reason why it's having a hard time spreading here into the United States is it's a very difficult disease to spread because that it literally kills the host before it can spread. Once it gets
cure.
Yeah, there's no cure,
no vaccine, no nothing.
No nothing, and we have no and very few of us anyway have antibodies to Ebola. So, I mean, just imagine if Ebola had evolved. Just imagine it evolved to where it can find a way to keep the host alive.
What's to say it
to start
won't?
Spreading?
Right. That's why
it will.
That's why you're in who. It's not about today. It's about what's coming. The guys that's in there, they're freaking out every fucking day, scared to death. Like, what else is coming? Because we know we're some, as human beings, we're more fragile than we like to think we are. We think
Rico,
we're bad motherfuckers, but we
we're globally connected.
What did you say,
guys,
Drew?
I was about to say there's no need to worry because Dr. Oz is going to be right here for us.
Oh, Lord, have mercy, Jesus Christ. That's a good one, Drew. Yeah, we got Dr. Oz. Take them weight loss pills.
Yeah, he'll be right here for us.
Oh, my God. But, I mean, that's all. But y'all point is solid. To me, it's a split. It's like, yeah, we're getting fucked on the money side. And I understand Trump trying to get leverage, but diseases are different. Viruses, and that's the unknown. They're different. And those other countries, Thailand, India, China, and Africa, even some parts of South America, I'm like, we're kind of like in a hygienic bubble. And if some shit from down there get up here, if it's killing them, we don't stand a chance because they have a more robust antibody or immune system than we do.
We like the Indians. We're gonna be like the Native Americans.
So if it kills them, we don't stand a fucking chance. So I'd rather know it's coming. So the half of us that die, maybe the other half can get away. That's all.
Yeah, I think that Ronin is right. I think that what we'll wind up seeing is we'll rejoin the WHO, but it'll be if it's 533 million now, you may see us rejoin it at 300 million.
Yeah.
If you guys remember, he did the same thing to NATO. Remember,
and
he
we
said
still
we're pulling out
gonna
of
pay
NATO
more than everybody else because again, we have more to pay.
But I think that's unfair. And I know we're going to probably end here shortly.
Yeah, it might be. I'm not saying it's fair.
No, what I'm saying, for instance, Richard was saying, the infrastructure in Thailand and this. Well, I looked it up. Man, we paying them $600 million for what? They're just as a gift.
Who, Thailand?
We
they
give
stopped
so
that
much
today,
money
right?
away in support of all these global nations.
They stopped that today.
Overwhelming how much money.
Oh, did they stop it?
Yeah, Marco Rubio stopped that today. He paused all foreign funding today as his first act as Secretary of State.
Ronin, you know who they didn't stop paying?
That country
Israel.
that we talked about.
Right. You goddamn right.
We try not to bring them up.
I'm just saying, I didn't name them. I'm just saying there's one set of people
Yes,
They
we
ain't gonna
know.
stop
We
me.
know we are their stepchildren in all kinds of ways.
And ain't nobody over there sitting on welfare, man.
Nope.
Which is crazy.
And they're about to steal the whole land that belonged to the Palestinians after
We ain't cut everybody off.
Right.
And they ain't paying their fair share either. So
nope.
I'm just saying.
And they get to pick up our best technology.
I'm just saying. We ain't crying about none of that.
Yep.
Oh,
Then we
well,
need
we
to have
can.
our ass
We
stop
can
thinking
if we
about
want to
you.
have a voice on anything else. You can't talk about them. They're the people that remain nameless. We got to say the people that remain nameless.
Okay. That 500 million is a drop in the bucket to the people that remain nameless that we give to.
Exactly.
So keep your ass in who.
Man.
I sorry.
No, that's the truth. That's what I said before. So,
my screen just went blank. See what you did to me?
They looking for your ass.
Reboot my screen and shit.
No more government contracts for you.
So I'm out the business unless I
What do y'all think?
The whole thing is I'm about to move over to the Philippines. You know how many government organizations they're about to open up 3 new bases. I might get into it again. I don't know.
All right, Fat Leonard.
Go ahead, Drew. What was you saying, brother? Drew, you was going to ask a question, Drew. Hang on, got Drew. Drew gone.
Man, Drew just went mute.
Yeah. But you know what?
Oh, I was about to say, what do y'all think about Hegseth now being nominated as
who is that? Explain who that is.
Secretary, he's defense secretary.
Yeah, he's our new defense secretary.
I don't think he qualifies.
I'm great. And one day in the future, Ronin, me and you are going to have a conversation and a great drink because there's a problem that I have so deep that you wouldn't even understand with Lloyd Austin. And one day in the future, defense secretary, Austin Lloyd.
Oh, okay.
Lloyd Austin.
Wait a minute, Fearless. Don't tell me you know Lloyd Austin.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't. I'm saying me and Ronan will have an conversation.
I'm gonna look the guy up. I don't think I've heard of him. I don't
Austin
know.
is the current. Well, he was until
Secretary of
January
Defense.
22nd.
Is that the brother? Yeah, the brother.
Yeah.
The brother.
Yeah. But one day in the future, we'll have a
now
in the way in the future.
Okay, Pete Hegseth was on Fox and Friends.
Oh yeah, I know him. Yeah, that's the white dude who.
Right. He's only ever went up to being a major or captain or major. No fucking experience. And he sucked up to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump picked him to be the Secretary of Defense.
I know you're talking about the big black guy. Yeah.
But he's talking about the white guy. The white guy was on Fox News.
Hegseth is white.
Oh, okay.
You know, white Fox News. But here's the thing.
And he was married 3 times. He cheated on all his wives. He had babies with each one. He was a drunkard. He had them in the strip clubs. He sounded like I would hang out with. But
I don't agree with it. But here's the thing. You know, Donald Trump picks people for loyalty. He doesn't pick them for the knowledge because he figures if you're so all right. I just got a question on that, and then we'll kind of end it. How do you feel about picking on the knowledge or picking loyalty? Because you might be picking. What does it say? The rooster picks the fox in the hen house.
You got to be competent. You got to be competent. He's not fucking competent. You got to be competent. Fuck your loyalty. You got to be competent.
My thing is, and I've always said this in any panel I've ever sat on, foreign policy is my number one issue with a president. If you can't staff somebody that has good foreign policy and knowledge of foreign affairs, I got problems with you.
We fuck. Yeah. I'll give Rubio.
Well, my thing is,
a pass. Rubio's good, but SecDef, we fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got the gentleman, like you said, who was formerly I think he was formerly on Fox, and now he's in charge of the largest budget in the federal government.
You might well pick me.
If you really want to, just jump into that, we can just go right to Doge.
Yeah. Oh, same thing.
Yeah.
You just gave Elon Musk the whole organization and all kind of money to do what with?
Oh shit! You want to jump? How about we jump to Secretary of Education, McMahon? We got a wrestler.
And what does Doge do?
Nothing.
Reduce waste.
Department of Government Efficiency.
Streamlining federal organizations to reduce waste and improvement of efficiency. Like Elon Musk knows what needs to go and what needs to stay. Are you kidding me?
While he doing this shit.
He's not even an American. He's a foreign national.
No, but he's an African, baby. Hey, he's African. He's an African American. He's an African. Okay. He's actually African American.
He is an African American for real.
He's African American
from Africa and America, right? They're running an organization that actually streamlines government efficiency.
Yeah,
come on. You have no experience in the American government organization at all. But you're going to streamline the efficiency of it.
But let's push back on
that.
That
ain't just like a setup and a half.
Let me push back on that. Do you think that sometimes you can be in something and you can't see it? Meaning, you can't see the
fresh
efficiency.
eyes, a fresh set of eyes.
Like a business person comes in and says, you don't think a business person comes in and says, hey, why are y'all running it like this?
I think he's analytical enough to look at streamline or try to draw up some kind of a flow chart to figure out where things, the processes are. I think he's definitely smart enough to figure those out, or at least have somebody that knows how to do those things. But at the end of the day, what those individual things are used for and why they're there, there's no way within a matter of 4 years he can understand all that.
And I push back on you've been in somewhere so long you can't see it. I'm like, when you've been in somewhere so long, you do see it. You just are resistant.
Ignore it. Yeah,
exactly. Mm-hmm. You see it. You see the benefit. You just don't want to change this, that, whatever. But now you can bring an outsider in that's open to change. But then again, I'm open to change as an outsider, but I don't have that historical background and knowledge that you have while you're resistant to change. So I think you need a bit of both. In this case, I think, he picked Elon the same way he picked Hexa, because they kissed his ass, and then he got, I'm like, you got Linda McMahon.
I mean, even Rico and Darnell and even Drew, working with government versus corporate, it's different.
Totally.
It's different.
Totally.
So you can't jump in from corporate America and try to understand the federal government processes and the different rules and things that are set up in order for it to function, because it doesn't function like a company.
No, they speak in Chinese.
There's layers to certain things that go on in federal government processes. The nice thing is they are processes. There is something for something. If this, then that. There's an answer for it. You don't have to guess. There's a rule written down for it.
And you also have the GAO, Government Accountability Office. So it's kind of like it's a double tap. It's you're just adding another layer of bureaucracy.
Which means that there's an organization
also,
to make sure that they
got to remember that there is already established laws that are going to mitigate a lot of their changes.
Which means probably like
right now it's the first week and there's a lot of wild shit going on. But once the dust settles and people start reading into some of these executive orders, they're going to say what the legalities are of them.
Yeah. So I would say 95%
before they can be implemented
of what Doge wants to do won't get done.
Nor can they probably federally mandate that person has the ability to go throughout all these organizations and have that much power to make that much change in one go. You need other organizations to approve or disapprove those things.
And I mean, and that's, come on, guys. Let me ask y'all this, okay? Y'all, come
on. No more questions. No more asking.
No, last question. Last question.
Right.
I want it from you specifically. Because he didn't put it in an executive order, but he's talking about it. Or at least the guy that's really coming up is Patel, Cash Patel.
Who is that?
He's supposed to be the director of the FBI.
Worst decision. That dude's worst decision. He has a vengeance.
Oh, yes. We should
he has a vengeance, and his only thing is to
bring that up on another live.
I heard he might be out, though. I heard he might be out. He pissed off Elon, I heard.
Well, supposedly what he's proposing is the FBI headquarters in Washington dismantling it, shutting it down. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah, he talks as a person who's angry, and his whole problem is to get power and get revenge.
And he
And
about to
that
fuck.
person should never be in power.
We're gonna be fucked if he's the head of the FBI.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So do some homework on Cash Patel, FBI. So when we have that conversation, we could be like, I'm not. You, if you're happy for it, have your argument. I got my argument against it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys, they talk a good game, but there's layers to this.
Yeah. Even the
There's layers to
previous
this.
one, Christopher Ray, he talked a great game. Then you get in there and you're like, the system doesn't change like you want it to change. It's
No. Good. That's why I said that's a 10-year position to go over, because he's like, I was the FBI agent for Trump because Trump picked him, and he was the whole 4 years with Biden and had 2 more years to go, except he knew Trump was going to fire him. Because he's like, running the FBI is not a party. It's laws and rules and structures. But this Patel guy about to fuck that up if he gets.
Well, you see, I think a lot of people don't realize, especially, I don't know if they realize this, that there's going to be days the president wants to see you in his office. You need to cross across D.C. to get to his office. You're not going to relocate out of D.C., the FBI. That's crazy.
Or had the balls enough to tell him, fucking no, I don't work for you, sir. I work for the citizens. That's why you need an attorney general that has the balls enough to tell him, I'm not your attorney general, I'm the people's attorney general.
Now that attorney general, she's tight now. The attorney
Okay,
general.
hey, real quick,
yeah,
I
he's
want
good to
to
go.
bring this up real quick. It's this one right here: restoring the death penalty and protecting a public.
We can't bring it up, man. We said it 3 hours and 15 minutes. We was gonna get out of here.
Let him warn us.
No.
I tell you what, I'm gonna let y'all talk, then. I'm
about to get out of here too, because we did this last night too. We were up.
I kept saying, man, I can't do these 4 hours and 4 hours.
We definitely do need to end this. It's 1 o'clock in the morning here. So
we'll get back. We that's why we have it every Friday, fellas.
Yeah.
That's what y'all got to tune in.
Friday, we might do a hit and run on the subject of justice system and who the nominees are for these positions. Maybe we'll do a hit and run on the nominees of certain positions.
Do another weekday lunchtime. Those are pretty good.
That's what a hit and run is.
Oh,
a hit and run is a lunchtime hit and run. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have one next week, and this is gonna be on China. So women in China are actually voluntarily shoplifting.
I thought your ass had
No,
somewhere
it's
to go.
Japan. It was
Japan, so they can go to jail because that's how
Old
bad.
lady. Yeah.
So that's gonna be one
I
of
saw that.
Old women are doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, just so they can go
That's
to
a
jail.
sad
because-
situation, man. You know, a lot of that has to do with loneliness.
Yeah, lonely,
exactly
no
what it is,
retirement plan, none of that. So, all right, we out of here, fellas. Man, we greatly appreciate you guys coming. And I'll say this, and I'm gonna end this stream so we don't even talk. Doesn't matter if you like Trump or love Trump or hate Trump. He is our United States president, and we want America to survive and be the best. So let's wish him the best in anything he does, because no matter what, at the end of the day, we are all Americans, and united we stand, divided we fall. With that said,
He your
salute.
fucking president, not mine.
Unfortunately, if you getting that American dollar, he your president too.
That's right.
Okay.
Turn in your dollar bills, and then you can say that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Peace.
Deuces.
Like and
You don't have to get
subscribe.
off. You don't have to leave. We're just gonna close the.
Oh no, I'm leaving.